I am Planetwalk, and welcome to another open debate, but I actually there's one person that I was wanting to debate. They haven't shown up yet. I'll give them some time, though. Whilst we're waiting for them to show up, I'll talk shit to everyone, and see how it's going with everyone. So, let's see how the Himawari is doing. I haven't had any... One thing that I haven't had recently, which is good, is I haven't had any orange skies. I don't know if the bushfires are getting better in Australia. I haven't heard... Well, I think they are. I think they're starting to go away, which is good. Also, I decided to enable a bit of a feature. So, for ages I've been wanting to implement text-to-speech. Now, I have implemented it. It's not quite like... Oh, I should probably finish what I was saying before. So, for ages I've been wanting to implement text-to-speech super chats. Oh, so it's raided in Victoria. That would explain why... Yeah, that would help the fires. Or help get rid of the fires. So, when it comes to super chats, for ages I've been wanting to implement text-to-speech. And recently I noticed that Team Skeptic had implemented it. And imagine my shock when all I had to do was go to Streamlabs. So, I just noticed 1 minute debunk in the chat asked, did you see my latest 1 minute debunk on different reasoning types? Well, we all know that there's 3 types. There's induction, induction, induction. Those are the 3 types of reasoning. But yeah, I did see it. Especially when it came to, especially like the story. Oh yeah, I did put that in the comments. Induction, induction, induction. People love that song. So, yeah, when it comes to this debate, what I'm hoping to do, at least, hopefully a round of applause gets here. They don't appear to be online though, so I might have just a bit where I talk with people beforehand to, you know, give that person time to show up, and then when they show up, I'll kick everyone out and start the debate off. You know. Is it just me, or do flat earthers tend to be really bad with showing up on time? I mean, last week, I was wanting to get Why You Are an Idiot on. They didn't even show up at all. Last week, the flat earther that I wanted to get on didn't show up at all. But at least we had 82. To be fair, if 82 does show up in the lobby or something, I'll probably just drag him in as well, if 82 does show up before a round of applause, I'll probably just keep him on as moderator, because I like 82 as moderator. He seems to be really... he seems... Like, as a moderator, he seems to be impartial, I think it is. So if I say some stupid shit, he's going to call me out on it. If the other person... Well, if I do something stupid or something, you know, he's going to call me out on it. If the other person does something stupid, he's going to call him out on it, you know? It's... How can a flat earther show up on time if they don't believe in clocks? Good point. They also have problems providing evidence. Maybe it has something to do with not showing up. Yeah, that could be why they haven't shown up. One of the things that I was going to go is, whoever you debate, can you ask what their education is, if they have taken physics, etc. Yeah, I think one thing I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to ask about education, because I think that's going to be one of the first things I'm going to have to ask, just to be on the same page, really. Hopefully they're not like right their hand and don't get really adverse to me asking them questions, because I'm hoping that it will be a civil debate. You know, a lot of flat earthers become really aggressive. I just noticed on Discord, Harry Warp shared a GIF. I wonder if I can. Wait, I'll just copy it. Because I said, I did say that it was, yeah, they might get really defensive if they ask about education. I said 8 p.m. UTC. Right? That's one thing that I believe I specified. 8 p.m. UTC today. And yeah, they haven't. They're active. What time were they active? Let's see. It was 3:30 a.m. So that would have been 2 p.m. UTC. That's when they were active on Discord, but they haven't sent a message since then. So, you know, maybe they'll show up. Usher of Black Rod says Aussie, 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 cough, cough, cough. Aussie flarefists are smoke screening. Is that what the fires are because of? Hopefully we don't have to stare at Mr. Bean checking his watch for too much longer. That's an annoying thing, you know? Yeah, that's the reason why we have UTC. Sometimes I'll translate it to EST, but UTC is the one thing that I'll always go by. You know, if I've learned not to say UTC plus 13 because, you know, people get really confused about that. So, you know, I make sure I always check UTC, and I know that if it's my winter, then UTC is just, you know, it's basically a mirror of what I have. I even learned not to use GMT, you know, because sometimes it's GDT for daylight saving. So UTC it always is. I learnt that with the whole Simon Dan Conspiracy Cats and Soundly podcast that I did, because by God it was annoying when I realised, oh, GMT isn't always the same thing. So yeah, I just go UTC now. It'd be nice if everyone could just adopt UTC rather than us having to be like, okay, UTC plus 13, UTC minus 12 or whatever. Yeah, the one and only time zone. Huh. It's been waiting. Are they going to show up? Yeah, if they don't understand physics or quantum physics, no, I don't think they need to understand quantum mechanics. People have a really bad time understanding quantum mechanics. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just try and explain things as simple as I can. I'm going to be using abductive reasoning to basically describe, you know, if we look at all these different factors and then we arrive at a conclusion based on them. So, you know, you might have one particular factor which can really simply describe, like, for example, the shape of water, right? Then we can take that and apply things like gravity to it. And actually, one thing that I should probably ask is I should probably check with. Oh yeah. What I'll do is I'll open original of this. Oh God, why is it? There we go. Yep, that's what I said. 8 p.m. UTC. That's 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's what I said. So, are they active? Nope, they're not active. But I will still see if I can message Fight the Flat Earth to see if I can get a small clip off him. If say, hey, do you have under weight. There we go. Alright, and that's... I couldn't get around sending that as a message. Man, I could have recorded it and then sent it, but you know. That's what I'd do if I had like the Flat Earth on something like WhatsApp. I'd just be like, hey, do you have that clip of a ball you put under a lead weight? Let's see if... Wait, did I say lead ball? Yeah, I did say lead ball. Good. Alright. One person said Earth is totally fat. And yeah, it's pretty big. Highly concentrated in the US. Yeah. Time check. 21:11 here. That would be 11 past 11. It's 12. Yeah, so it's running late. That makes it 3:12 p.m. EST. Oh, look at what I said. 3 p.m. EST. I knew I didn't get my times wrong. Hopefully they show up. I am wanting them to show up. It's really it's really annoying when they don't show up. Are they going to be bitch made? Maybe. Who knows? Who fucking knows? This is what's so annoying about Flat Earthers. It's like, you go, okay, yeah, I'll have a debate with you. Because, you know, I like debating people. I have fun debating people. Sometimes. Some people will be like, okay, you know, this is just boring. But many people will be like, oh yeah, this is fun. And yeah, like here's what's going to happen, right? If they still don't show up, what they're going to do is they're going to be posting on Discord later, being like, they're probably going to post like 5 minutes after I've finished. Sorry, I didn't make it to the debate or something. It's like, and I'll probably have been going for like, 3 or 4 hours. And I'll be like, dude, I went for 3 or 4 hours. You had plenty of time to show up. That's probably what's going to happen. Like 5 minutes after I finish, it's just going to be like, or they're going to be like, oh, I'm ready for the debate. And it's like, it was hours ago. But I could be wrong on that. Hopefully they prove me wrong, but it's unlikely. It's like the 15-minute rule. If someone doesn't show up, if they don't show up within 15 minutes, they're probably not going to show. And it's been 15 minutes, so they're probably here right now watching and giggling. Yeah, that's completely possible, Oh, I usually have... I'll probably just invite, people on, if someone wants to come on and have a discussion. Because, as I said, it's been 15 minutes. I usually stream for a few hours because the academic quarter. What? I'm not sure what you're referring to when you say the academic quarter. I have the memory of a goldfish. I don't even remember what I just said. Flat Earthers have yet to prove anyone wrong on anything, so I don't know what I hope. Exactly. Flat Earthers, one of the things that I wonder is why they still believe in Flat Earth after all this time, because it's been proven so far. So far it's been shown that most of the assumptions that they make, like no observable curvature, right? No observable curvature has been demonstrated to be false. We can observe curvature. The problem is that they keep on coming up with new excuses which are just rehashes of the same old excuses. Like they say the angle of attack, even though they can't verify that the angle of attack is something that's actually acting. So when they say that Earth is obviously flat, they're not actually saying that it's obviously flat because it's obviously not flat. They thought that it was obviously flat. They got suckered into it, and now they don't want to change their mind because it's obviously a globe. They want to say, oh well, there's water can't curve. It's like, okay, well, here's a whole lot of examples of water curving. It's like, no, not like that. You need to show it curving. You need to show water curving because of. You need to show water sticking to a ball because of the ball's mass. And it's like, well, you do realize that if we were to do that here on Earth, it would literally debunk gravity. It's like, that's not my problem that you created an unverifiable model. It's like, well, I can verify gravity with multiple experiments. I can verify that Earth will conform to the forces that are acting upon it. Gravity can be seen as a force. And, yes, it is daytime where I am. And so, therefore, gravity can, it's called abductive reasoning. Multiple different factors, and you get you can verify that water sticks to a globe. Yeah? Alright. So it's been 18 minutes. And I saw 1 minute debunk said, I know the 15 minutes rule. It's disgusting when people eat food that's been in the toilet for 17 minutes. Yeah, I agree. Oh, there we go. Actually, no. I think they're showing up. They're typing in the chat. Oh. They said, oh, sorry, going to have to rescheduled. Something came up, apparently. Okay, well. Yeah, I just saw that they wanted to reschedule. All right, people come on in. We'll have our own. Get you Riley brand triangle calculator. Sucks to have nothing with flat Earth deal with it. What? I don't even get what they mean by that. What does anyone even mean by sucks to have nothing but flat Earth deal with it? What? That doesn't make any sense. Okay, so if anyone wants to... Okay, let me rename the stream to the Flat Earth. I couldn't make it. Alright, save. There we go. Have you banned links? No, I don't think I banned links. It's probably due to the live chat. Not. Let me actually check something real quick, because I might be able to. Wait, do we have Gary Wabinga in the chat? We've got Gary Wabinga. Elevation. What? Okay, Gary, let me ask you something. Why do you constantly post in the chat like you do? Just random things that no one asked for. Is that something that flat earthers do? Is that something that you just do because... I don't even understand the reasoning of posting things in the chat that no one asked for. No one asked for someone to come in and go, well, the angle of attack, or or hang on, let me. No one asks me to go, well, have you played Magic the Gathering? Let's go ahead and play it right now. And then I pull up Magic the Gathering. It's like, hold the fuck up. I'm playing this is a Resident Evil stream. I don't do that. Even if I know that the person plays Magic, I don't just randomly go, oh, let's play Magic the Gathering. It's like, hold the fuck up, you know? That's probably a bad example. Sometimes I'll ask things that are slightly off topic and random if there's nothing going on. But, would you like to see how Samuel Rowbotham accidentally debunked Flat Earth? I mean, yeah, if you want. I'm just trying to think of a really good example. Okay, here's an example, right? If someone brings up that they're Christian to me, I don't just randomly say, well, actually, Jesus never existed. I just don't do that. I don't feel the need to tell them that Jesus never existed. In fact, I feel like they'd probably be insulted. I feel like they'll probably be insulted by me saying that Jesus never existed, and rightly so. I don't feel the need to proselytize what I believe to everyone on account of the fact that I disagree with what they say. Yeah, I can disagree with Christians. I can say that I don't think that Jesus ever existed. And if you want to debate me on whether Jesus existed, feel free to come on in. I will debate you on whether Jesus existed. I don't think that Jesus did exist. But, it's... When it comes to these things, I don't feel the need to proselytize. Especially if I'm just talking to him and it's not a chat about, and I'm not trying to debate them on religion. If I was debating them on religion, on the subject of religion, that would be different. Sure, I may be talking about Flat Earth, but let's stick with Magic the Gathering. I have some pretty good cards, if you want to know, Magic Mirror. Okay, Max Rebo says, someone told me to research Flat Earth, so I did. My mind was blown. Was it blown by the stupidity of Flat Earthers? I've also got a Stormfist Crusader, which is also pretty good. Besides, everyone knows Atom is the true god. May you be blessed by his glow. I have no idea what Usher of Blackrod is saying. By the way, you can come in because, as I said, round of applause didn't show. I'll have to... Let's see if I can just... show this. These are all public messages, so you don't have to worry about it being private messages. If it was private messages, I'd be like, okay, yeah, maybe I shouldn't share these. Upload, open original. Okay, Control C and Control V. There we go. Yep, people can come on. So, Xanju, if you want to come in and chat, you're more than welcome to. I'll debate anyone on anything, especially... Do we have any Christians in the chat? If you're a Christian, you're welcome to come in and debate. Because I still want my debate, goddammit. Initially, I was just going to have some kind of discussion. Then this guy... Have you considered that? Have you ever thought that the spacecraft might not get into space, but we direct them to the southern rim to drop important supplies to the Penguin Army? Never thought of that. No, but your friend's name is Christian. Wait, do I not have any Christians in the chat? Because I know that I have Christians that watch my channel. They may disagree with everything that I say in the name of. Okay, so I was supposed to debate this person. You know. So I know that I have some Christians watching my channel, and they may disagree with what I say on religion, but you know that it would. You know, maybe they want to debate me. I don't know. Although I know that generally the Christians that want to convert debate pineapple on pizza. Okay. Let me see if I can get Steve McRae to debate me on this. That would be a fun debate. Let me just message him, because I'd actually debate pineapple on pizza. Okay, I'll just ask if Steve is busy. Alright. So, pineapple on pizza. Pineapple can belong on pizza. It's up to you whether you want to eat pineapple on pizza. You know, you might decide, nah, I don't like it. You know, that's your choice. But if someone wants pineapple on pizza, in fact, I like pineapple sometimes, but I never actually go out to buy pineapple. So, you know. Here's a decisive debate. Fold or scrunch, like when it comes to paper. So, it really depends. If you've got some... The good thing about scrunching something up to throw it in the rubbish is that it's quick, right? But folding takes... fold toilet paper. Fold that shit. Who scrunches it? Toilet paper always has to be folded. Pineapple in a pizza. Now that would be interesting. You know. Fold makes sense. Scrunching just means, yeah. Fold. Like if. Yeah, I don't get scrunching it. I cannot agree with scrunching it. Folding makes far more sense. Scrunching it doesn't make any sense at all. Okay, here's a question. Okay, Pinky says I'm an agnostic. Okay. Pinky says that they're an agnostic atheist, and I think there must have been some sort of historical Jesus. Somebody must have founded a religion. I don't disagree that somebody must have founded the religion. I just think that the founder wasn't necessarily Jesus. Or Yeshua, as a lot of people. Like, you would have seen, if someone really was important enough to get killed on a cross, you'd have some kind of historical evidence that they would have existed during the time. Especially when it comes to, the Romans meticulously documented everything. They would have meticulously documented the fact that there was some Jesus guy, that they killed on the cross. The fact that we haven't been able to find anything like that suggests that maybe it could have just been, some person was like, okay, I want to start a religion, or maybe they decided, okay, I'm going to write some fiction or something, It could have been anything. Now, I'm just trying to organise there's no proof, but there could have been someone walking around preaching loads. In fact, bear in mind, anyone could have written it. Anyone could have written, okay, I'm going to write a whole source of things, right? I don't disagree that there would have been someone around the time called Jesus or Yeshua, right? Whether that person was the inspiration for the Bible, I don't see any proof that this would have been the case. Chances are that Jesus and Muhammad were the same bloke. I disagree with that. In fact, the Quran mentions Jesus, and it's like isn't it like 400 or 500 year difference? Yes, 600 years after Jesus. Wasn't too far off. But yeah, Jesus and Muhammad are two completely different people. To answer the folder scrunch issue once and for all, you should get a bidet or hop in the shower. I would agree with that, but most places don't have a bidet. So let me see if there's been any. Oh, I've got. Ah, damn it, Steve is busy. Okay, so how you get in is you just join one of the voice chats, like the debate lobby. I'll drag you into the stream debate, and we'll have some good discussions. Also, you can Alt F4, great. Also, I'm pretty sure that if anyone sends a super chat, that it will be heard by other people in the voice chat as well. I'm pretty sure that's the case, because I've got it set up so that it will be. So I've got a really amazing. Just stop here. Okay. So I've got a. Okay, there. I'm here after Alt F4. They did. Alt F4 wasn't actually not meant to press Alt F4. You're just meant to join go to the server that I'm in, the House of Planet Walk server, press debate lobby. I'll drag you into stream debate. Oh yeah, like how my Discord name is Wolfie3010. It's because of Mick Flatty. I'm just gonna really quickly send Steve a message. Okay. Why can't I multitask? That would be great if I could multitask. Bull.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3.
There we go. I was really confused for a second there when I heard that. I was like, when I heard ball, I was like, wait, did someone join without me noticing? It's like, so yep, it seems to work. Although there's no one in the thing. Hopefully everyone heard that. If one person said, if my sources are correct, I believe Jesus was one of many people claiming to be this amazing Jesus. Therefore, as an agnostic atheist, I believe Jesus existed as a person, but the Bible depicts him in the incorrect way. Yeah, like when it comes to it, it's really comes down to. Oh, I got a message back from Steve. Okay, apparently we're not going to have the pineapple on pizza debate today. Yeah, when it comes down to it, yeah, it could have been a lot of things. It could have been someone. It could have just been a random person on the street that someone thought, okay, this person inspires me to create a Jesus person, and that could have been it. And I don't think that warrants the whole Jesus in the Bible thing. I think to consider the Jesus in the Bible to be a historic person, at least, would have to have at least one person that had a following that people saw as the Messiah. Now, there could have been a person that may not have been called Jesus that had a following that people considered the Messiah. The problem is that I haven't heard of any historic evidence, and that is probably stretching it a little bit. But I just want to make sure everyone heard the super chat that John...
Day Observer in the chat, can you hear me now? Thumbs up, plane or walk.
Can everyone hear... Did everyone hear that? Okay, did everyone hear John Rapp's super chat? If not, then I've got problems. Everyone heard it? Good. Because I don't think anyone responded the first time. Cool. At least I know that it's working. And thank you, John Rapp, for your super chats to make sure it's all working. Because this is a big problem with things, you know. The big problem with things, with using things for the first time, is it may be that it doesn't work. Yes, on YouTube at least. Cool. Yeah, it's meant to be heard on YouTube, so that's basically what you're saying. It could have existed. Yeah. Like if someone presents me that there was evidence of someone that was being seen as the Messiah that could have realistically found the Bible, I think that there's probably a few more. Someone that's being seen as the Messiah that got crucified for it, I think, is one of the important things that we'll have to go by. Because, you know, of course there were people that were being seen as the Messiah back then. You know, there was probably like just some random dude called John that was being seen as the Messiah back then. Or some guy called Nick, you know. Am I saying that I am Jesus? Maybe. But whether they got crucified for it is another story altogether, and I don't think there was any evidence. But if there's some evidence that a guy got crucified for claiming to be the Messiah, then, you know, show it to me. Jeez. Especially if that guy's name was Yeshua, I'll be like, okay, Jesus was a real person. Now, was he the Son of God? Oh yeah, like there are awesome card tricks that you could do. Like I could probably do a card trick and be like, choose a card, any card, and then I'll be like, was your card blank? It's like, or was your card this card that I know somehow? It's like, holy shit, how do you know? Bull.
Day Reggie Digfair Dinkumbonzamate, middle finger, thumbs up.
I was wondering how that was going to come through when I saw that. You can have. That's why I've been wanting the text to speech for ages. Like when it came to you saying things like "good on you, mate," right? It was always a thing of how would, especially when I was thinking of how would the sound on a on text to speech, and so I was looking for it for ages. I don't know how I didn't find it. Like when I realized that it was on Streamlabs, I was like, this should have been so obvious. But I don't know how I didn't find it. It's amazing to me. This is like 6 months ago, I think I came up with the idea of Super Chat text to speech. I can know exactly which card you had without checking or whatever, just using maths. I mean, yeah. It really depends. The Romans, like the Germans, get very good rewards. There are no records. GC or 3 other criminals being crucified around the given time as reported in the book. Yeah. Yeah, like when it comes to Jesus, you would think that there would be some kind of evidence. You'd think there would be. But the issue is that there is none. Bull.
P P P P P P P P P P P P P P P P P P P P P P P ha ha.
Okay, I want to know, why did that, like for a bit of time it was going P P P P, and then it was like P P P P P. I don't know why it had that little hiccup. The Jewish-Roman Wars began 66 AD. Maybe Jesus was a rebel freedom fighter who was then glorified as the Messiah for propaganda. And yeah, that is a possibility. And in fact, that could have been the whole idea. That could have been the whole idea behind, I think the writings of Josephus kind of corroborate that idea. So, you know, it's a possibility. That was an old person P, only slightly faster. The whole existence... Yeah, the whole existence is a huge riddle or conundrum that will never be solved. Oh yeah, and one thing I do have to say, someone has to try a bunch of @ symbols with the text to speech. I don't have my... That is a good question. What would come up if... So yeah, when it comes to the existence of Jesus, it is a possibility that he was a real person, exactly like described it in the Bible. But the odds of that are the odds of that are unlikely, I think, considering that when it comes to... Oh, probably... Hold up. It'll probably sound the same with the @ symbol if it's on Twitch, because most people would use Streamlabs for Twitch donations. Yeah, what was I going to say? Yeah, like, if Jesus existed in the way that he did in the Bible, there would be a lot of evidence for that. the fact is that it's that the best evidence is very dubious isn't good for. Oh, go ahead, FTFE play. Let's watch something. Let's watch this. Fight the Flat Earth has responded. Ah, shit, wrong link. Hold up. Give me a second. Okay. Oh wait. Oh, hold up. Ah, shit. So yeah, there's this.
On each end of the bar, we put a lead ball.
Is this the one? Oh, here's the one that I wanted.
A small lead gravity between the lead balls. First, we weigh a small lead pyramid to measure the force of attraction between it and the Earth. Its weight is 152.166 grams.
I need to bookmark this, actually. I probably need to have a whole lot of Firefox bookmarks.
Now we move the heavy lead ball under the scale, adding its mass to the mass of the Earth.
And then it changes.
The weight has increased by 1/1000th of a gram, which represents the attraction between the pyramid and the ball. When the mass under the pyramid got bigger, the force of attraction did too.
So, yeah, here's a question. If Gerry, if you're still in chat, how do you deny that? How do you reconcile that evidence with your beliefs? So yeah. Anyway, back to whether Jesus was a real person or not. Yeah, it was 2,000 years ago. Message with that. Yeah, here's the thing though. Lead is diamagnetic, meaning that the attraction it should naturally attract. I'll just send another message, and that should be the last message that I send. I don't want to become Arwen just being like, I don't want to become Arwen like that. Oh, here we go.
Ball.
And Gary's a dope.
What was that? What even was that? Now I've heard it all. Now I've heard it all. How to measure gravity with a pendulum. The time it takes for a pendulum to swing back and forth is 2 times pi times square root length of pendulum over g. The scale could have been very close to jumping to the next number before the lead ball was placed under it. Yeah, that is possible. Like if I go back and
A small
I'll just turn the sound off, and what was it saying? Yeah, like it could have been less than 1,000th of a gram. But I find it very unlikely for that to be the case. I mean, you know, somebody could have an explanation that as to why that would change that. Someone could have a very valid explanation as to why that would have changed for that, which doesn't involve gravity, but, you know, it is very strong evidence for gravity.
Ball.
Oh, wait.
Sorry, I meant ampersand, ampersand, ampersand.
Sorry, I mean ampersand, ampersand, ampersand. Don't you mean induction, induction, induction? You know. By the way, is anyone actually going to come on? Currently, I'm more or less just saying, okay, this is interesting. This is interesting. This is interesting. This is interesting. Although, you know, maybe Jared or someone will come on, and then we'll have some interesting conversations about what's going on with Iran or all that kind of stuff. You know. Well, how does the Earth look? Pretty much the same as it. The way that you get on is you join. You go to my Discord server, and you join debate lobby. If you're not on my Discord, there should be a link to it. You're on my Discord. You should just have to go to my Discord server and join debate lobby. I'll drag you into the stream debate, and it'll be good. That's how you get on. Very live stream the Earth rotating in real time. That's pretty much what this. That's pretty much what this is. It's a live stream of the Earth rotating in real time. Here's one thing that I need to check, because it kind of seems like. Still seems like there's a bit of fires, but it doesn't seem to be coming from where it was the other day. I don't think it's gone to your settings and delete system. Oh, there we go. I'll drag you in. Ahoy hoy.
Still seems like there's a bit of fires, but it doesn't seem to be coming from where it was the other day. I don't think it's.
Okay, my live stream is coming through your.
Again.
And another tester? How about me?
Ahoy hoy.
Okay, I'm hearing my live stream. Jeez.
Okay,
good.
Tester? How about me?
Okay. Oh jeez, this is getting bad. It's good. Have you closed down my stream?
I think that was me.
Yeah, because you'd have been coming through the stream, and then it would have been. Eventually, it would have been sounding awful, and you'd be wondering, "Holy shit, what's going on there?" Turn his volume down. Wait, am I quiet? Is it gonna be the same for every stream where I'm always really quiet and everyone else is loud? I thought I fixed that last night. At least I thought I did. So how's it going anyway? No response. Oh, Esok says, open your window and throw your device out of it. Yeah, sounds like a good idea, especially if you're on if you're on the second story, or like the higher up you are, the better. Pour ammonia on your hard disk to clean it. Oof. I wonder what would happen. I don't want to try it though. Wait, what hard disk are you talking about? Open up shell window and type the command format C.
What would happen? I don't want to try it though.
Oh jeez, you're...
Wait, what hard disk are you talking about?
I'm coming through the stream, so it's...
Shell window and type the command format C.
Okay, here's a question that I need to ask you when you... I
don't want to try it. Oh, jeez.
Okay, I'm gonna mute you.
What hard disk are you talking about? I'm coming...
Okay. Because... Oh, that was... Okay, once you've paused the stream, message me and I'll unmute you, because I can't have the feeding through it. It's not good. Because you should be hearing me on Discord without the need for the stream. And everything that... Here's the thing. I've got it all set up so that everything that I hear... Everything that I hear, it should come back through. Well, it should be fed. Everybody on Discord should be able to hear everything that I hear. So if there's a super chat being read out, they should be able to hear it. If there is a, if there's something like a, if I'm playing a video, they should be able to hear it. In fact, the great thing is that Discord now has streaming capabilities. So all I have to do is just, stream, go live on Discord, and people who are in the chat with me can see what I am, see what I'm seeing. Time loops are useful when you are a feck up. Gives you chances to correct things. I would agree. There's so many things that I would like to correct. Right, I got a private server giving you information I want to... I'll take care of it. So, if I got the opportunity to go back... Well, let me phrase it. If I got the opportunity to go back in time, I keep all the knowledge that I have acquired so far, and I just end up in the body of my younger self. There would be so much that I'd change. For one, there would be one person that I wouldn't get with. Because if I didn't get with that person, I'd have been talking about flat earthers ages ago. Because I found out about flat earthers in 2016. So, I'd have been... That's when I would have started debunking them. Very simple. But because I didn't find out or because I didn't start debunking them until a few years later, it's like, okay, most of the flat earthers dead, and I'm just just cleaning up the cleaning up the ashes, I guess. My credit card number is da 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 da. Please fix. I don't know if that's even true or... Hopefully no one's actually giving their credit card information out. I mean, I suppose you could always have a joke credit card where it is a credit card, but I think you can get some for $1 or something. It's almost real. Oh, okay. Still probably not the best idea. Probably. I mean, there is probably, when it comes to 90%, I guess, Probably about 90. When it comes to probably about, I don't know, 90% of watch Hoax Hotel. Okay, wait, Hoax Hotel, is that? Oh wait, no, I haven't. I thought it was something on Pornhub. Never mind. Probably something different. And even then, like, if someone did, if there was something on Pornhub that that had some sort of kind of reference, I probably wouldn't even get that. There's like 2 references that I get, 2 Pornhub references that I get. Oh, the guy who calls scammers back. Okay, that makes a lot more sense now. I was thinking of... There's one person, there's one person that I remember on YouTube, I can't remember his name, who pretends to be like a grandma. He's actually got a thing on his mic that makes him sound like an old grandma, and he says all the craziest things. Got my hands on a credit card number with all the info through. Yeah, so I have... Okay, so I'm just going to clarify, because yeah, a lot of people... When a lot of people talk about credit card numbers, they don't really mean credit cards, right? Because, you know, I have a debit card. Kit Boga, that's the person, Kit Boga. Oh, and James Veitch is also pretty awesome. Yeah, so when it comes to credit card numbers, when it comes to credit cards, generally I think of a debit card, right? Because yeah, you've got credit cards which are terrible, but debit cards are very useful. You know, I can have a debit card which has, which has a Visa debit card which has all the things, and has an expiry date and has the CCV number on the back. You know, you can have things like that, which, yeah, so basically, don't use CC Google Play cards. Yeah. So yeah, you can use things like that, and they work just as well as any kind of credit card. I prefer to have a card that isn't. I prefer to have a card that isn't preloaded with money, and if you use any of the money, you will end up in debt. I prefer to have a card that my money is on it. I can use it at the store, but I can also use it normally, and it's just got my money on it. I don't have to pay a fee, I don't think, or anything. So yeah, that's my take on credit cards. Use debit cards. Unless... Why is the wind? Yeah, you spend what you can spend, essentially. You don't go over. Well, okay, you can go you can go over what you can spend. Like if you've got like if you've got to pay for power or some shit like that, then yeah, there'll be the cases where you might spend a little more money. Yeah, it is in your bank account. Exactly. It's rather than it being, I don't know, a card preloaded with $500. The money is all in your bank account. It just uses money from your bank account, essentially. Speaking of which, did my rent go out? Got to make sure of this stuff. Yeah, it did go. Sweet. What about Best Buy or Walmart cards? Here's the thing, right? kind of annoys me seeing that so many people just go to Walmart. And I can't go to Walmart. It's like, okay. Walmart sounds like a nice place to shop. But, you know, we've got our own version of Walmart. It's the warehouse. But, you know, I think. Wait, here's a question for Americans. When it comes to grocery stores, when it comes to grocery stores, how many grocery stores do you have? Is it like you go to Walmart for everything? Do we have Asda and... I don't even know what Asda is. You Americans and all that have strange sounding store names, especially if it's Asda. I don't think I have ever seen an Asda. It's like when you go to Australia, everything, all the stores and all the brands sound so foreign. Right? Like, when I went over to Australia, for example, and I actually have an IGA shop. It's Walmart, but... Oh, okay. So, when it came to me going over to Australia, the brands... So, for example, I would get a brand of chips. It would be like Bluebird chips. Okay. Yeah. So, yeah, when it came to... I suppose supermarkets here have a few appliances in that, or a few shopping utensils, but they're generally... Yeah, I guess they have a few. Like, they do have batteries, and like, you can go to a supermarket. Most 90% of everything that's in there is food related. You might have toilet paper or cleaning paper. I mean, even toilet paper is food related. But anyway, I went over to Australia and they didn't have Bluebird's chips. They had Smith's chips. They didn't have... What else didn't they have? They didn't have... I'm trying to think of... Oh, they had Cup Noodle. The only international brands they had were Cup Noodle. They had, they had Pringles. I'm just trying to think. They had Doritos. Pretty sure there was a few other things which I recognise the brand... I recognise the packaging, right? So when it came to some of the special flavours that they put out, I was like, this is in New Zealand, but under a different brand. I think I've forgotten it. Yep, I've forgotten. I've forgotten the brands, but yeah. Oh, hey, Joe Brown. You're more than welcome to join if you want. Like, I had Usher of Black Rod join, but I had to mute him because he was watching the stream, and because he was watching the stream, everything was feeding back, and yeah. LD. Okay. I can unmute you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Hello. Oh, very good. Is this a good level check?
I'm pretty sure it's a good level.
Oh, okay. Yes, you forgot to mention that if you've got the YouTube running at the same time, you've got to turn your volume down. So, yeah, is that a nice steady level? You can hear me and everything?
Yep. Basically, you don't need the YouTube running because, as I said, everything if I play a video, you'll be able to hear it. There's people on watching the stream will be able to hear it because I have everything set up like that.
Oh, okay. So, but I can watch the comments though. I'd prefer. That's why I have YouTube on. So, all right. Thanks. Thank you for letting me back on and unmuting me, sir. You, Nathan Oakley, you.
Hey, we've got to mute people sometimes. Sometimes there's a valid reason to mute people.
Yes, well, if you had let me check at the start, I could have gone in and discovered this problem. So we've turned into the non-fuckwhitter show. Now we've got rid of our flurfer for the day.
Yeah.
I thought that was a pretty arrogant little response from him. I'm not showing up, but the Earth's flat, so get over it. Good on you guys. Yes, bitch mode.
Well, here's something which I'm going to do. It's going to be the one time where I go Nathan Oakley. I'm going to mute you and shout at you. Right? So here we go. Here's me shouting at you! There we go! I've muted you and I'm shouting at you just like Nathan Oakley would! Okay, now that I've got that out of my system.
Oh, I've never felt so alive. Oh, do it again, baby.
That was a perfect response.
What are you wearing?
I'm wearing a Star Laboratories sweatshirt.
Yeah, okay, I'm done.
Oh yeah, like I like how Nathan will be like, quiet, don't talk over me, and just I'm not loud enough. God damn it. I might turn up my mic a little bit because I think I might be a little bit low apparently. So that should be a little bit better. It's always hard trying to level my mic. Oh yeah, if I want to be more like Oakley, every third word has to be moron. You know, it's always the way to always. Oh shit! I put the. God damn it! Don't you hate when you minimize a program or something, and then when you open it up, it takes like 2 minutes to finally work, and it's like, I had you open for a reason. Why do you put all your things in the hard drive? You know, some things will be a mystery. Like that. You know, not that you'll shout. You're much more convincing. I think... Yeah, I think it's not so much the amount that you shout. I think... Because some people can be very convincing while shouting. You need more derision. I kind of understand what you were saying, but at the same time, I haven't heard that word before in your voice when shouting at people. Maybe I should have taken more English.
It's your dynamics, though, too. If you're going to shout, you've really got nowhere to go. So you're a shouty man. Other than advertising on TV, which are those really annoying ads, your dynamic point's gone. So you've got to start soft, then get up to the crescendo, then drop it back down again. Nathan has just one speed: loud, shut the fuck up, or be my fanboy. And then he's nice and polite to his fanboys.
Yeah. Might actually just, if it's too loud, I'll just turn the output gain of that back down a bit. Okay, there we go. Oh, I wasn't pretentious enough. That's the one thing that I completely failed at. I don't think I can be pretentious enough. Yeah, I'm bad at being pretentious. Maybe that's why I never got into acting, because I can't be pretentious. I guess if I was going off a script, I could be pretentious. You know, if someone gave me a script, I could get into it. But, you know, if someone told me, be pretentious, it'd be like, okay, I've already failed. I mean,
Are you drawing something up for us, or you appear to be double tasking there? Would you like us to fill in with some...
Oh no, I'm not double tasking, I'm just generally switching between different things to make sure that... so I was switching between different tabs, or not tabs, different programs. So right. I have
so
yeah, I'm not multitasking. I have OBS open, but I also have the live chat open. So
you're doing two things at once, not multitasking. Okay, that's interesting.
Well, I have three I have 3 different things, right? So I have Discord open, I have the live chat open, and then I have Firefox open as, and those are what I can see. But sometimes I'll bring up OBS maybe to make sure the volume is all good and everything, because sometimes the volume can be too loud or too quiet or something. So it's pretentious.
Well, you just know we're up. So you just know we're up in the high IQ tabs, are you? I mean, he's up at 8, 9, 10, and you are a mere pittance compared to our high IQ friend of Blue Pill Philosophy, I think it is, or whatever.
Yeah, like, I have a lot of tabs open. I always have a lot of tabs open. You know, it doesn't matter whether it's whether I'm trying to do research. It's just generally me having a tab. I'll have a tab open like the Himawari thing, but I've also got this open, 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 I've also got the live chat open here. So it's just my natural state. And I've also got like the all the settings for the super chats open. I've got the, I could probably close these 2 down because they're already open over here. Yeah, I've also got James Mann's YouTube channel open. I've got Helen Degenerate's YouTube. I can actually close that one down. I've got I can close Mr. Cheswick down. Level Earth Observer. I've got his YouTube open. I've got OLM's YouTube open, so you know. I've got, oh yeah, I can close CC's down. I've got that tab open, and oh yeah, I've got the Dear Your Majesty video open as well. Opening Braz's X-Hamster. Yeah, that's always a good way to go about it.
Well, on your previous discussions of Jesus, I didn't get a chance to say it before, but does anyone else find ghost shagging women just a little bit creepy? Because, I mean, the way Jesus came into existence from God, I think the guy's got problems if he's got to sneak down to earth and, I don't know, take women in their sleep. I think he must lack a bit of charisma, or just maybe doesn't get on with the girls. And if you're God, you think you'd give yourself that power. But anyway, that's what they want to believe.
Yeah, it seems a lot more like Zeus, right? So when it comes to Zeus, Zeus would come down and basically shag all the women. He'd also shag other gods, you know. So, but he wasn't all powerful either. So it's kind of understandable with Zeus, because, you know, basically Zeus could go ahead and basically Zeus wasn't the creator of the universe. He couldn't just be like, bow down before me. He was like, okay, I've got, you know, he wouldn't have been able to just simply go ahead and kill off all the other male gods and get all the women gods for himself. And if he did, you know, they still might not want to sleep with him. So, you know.
Greek mythology, though, more fits in like a soapy, because there's all these different gods have all these different gigs, and I believe Zeus came down in one form and tricked one of his goddesses who was in another form into a bit of hoo-ha and so what. So it was more like your soapy of gods, and
yeah.
I think people at the time preferred to have just, once Christianity came along with this single god, it became easy. You don't have to pick all these different gods to have to worship. You just worship the one. He was your basic Walmart sort of deity, as opposed to the Greeks, who had a lot more choices and so on. So this single god, much easier for Iron Age or Bronze Age people to get their head around when you look at the education system of the time.
Well, you see, I prefer to, like, if gods did exist, I'd prefer to have multiple gods. The reason being is because, you know, it'd be like if I it's much like if you disagree with someone. It's like, with one god, maybe you disagree with the god that you're worshipping. So it's like, okay, if there's multiple gods, I can just choose another god to worship and I might think that god's better. But when it's just one god, it's like, well, if I stop worshipping this god, even though I disagree with their principles, I'm fucked. So,
There have been certain points, though, throughout history. Like, I believe there was a battle where the Vikings were kicking the French asses, and, I don't know, the king at the time basically prayed to God, and the battle turned around. And it was just one of those coincidences. But, of course, he saw what had happened because he had prayed. Suddenly the Vikings got their asses kicked, so it must have been God. And I think that's really... Then that gave it reinforcement, but it already had that for a couple of thousand years. But it's pretty easy to trick people who aren't very clever, isn't it? I mean, look at the Flirts. They're not pretty clever. And can you imagine what sort of person would want to worship Nathan Oakley or any of the Nathans? Like, how insignificant must they be in their thinking to say, this guy is great, I really like him? There's not much creative and critical thinking there.
Yeah. Like... When it comes to humans, here's the general rule that I like to go with. Humans are generally pretty stupid, right? Now, as a society, one of the things that we try to do is we do try and make the population smarter, because having a smarter population is generally better. It's generally better for everyone. But when it comes to most of the population is stupid. Like, and the thing is, a lot of the population probably don't care, to be honest. They're like, oh well, I don't mind being stupid because I don't have to worry about all the... I don't have to worry about all the big issues, like voting or something, because I'm just a worker. That shit doesn't affect me. Whereas when it comes to people like me, it's like, well, actually, I do want to try and be as intelligent as I possibly can. So I try and become smarter, and whereas when it comes to... Then you've got the people that think that they're becoming smarter, the people that are probably interested in becoming smarter, but that they more or less want to be right.
Yeah, well, look, on the religion side, you can speculate about what happened 2,000 years ago by a bunch of guys who wrote a book 70 years after the event, and they couldn't write it about themselves because that's pretentious. So, in the name of someone else, if you use that name, you're not really responsible for it. To bring it up to our scope, someone who calls himself a social media influencer, they're a brand, there are, I don't know, seemingly a little rich Paris Hilton type girl who gets on the internet and suddenly gets this following behind her, and then she's an influencer. And she goes around trying to get free meals and saying, yeah, look at all this influence I have. Now, a job for me, because getting a meal after Christmas has been easy, and now all the ham off the bone's kind of gone off. It's getting a bit harder to get a meal. So the trick is I've worked out to be an influenza, which is a virus, whereby you walk into a restaurant and show them your account and say, I have over 3 million people hate me on Facebook. If you don't give me a free meal, I'm going to say you're a good restaurant, and everyone is going to hate you. So it's a bit of a reverse influencer concept I'm working on here. Any success so far, but I reckon if I keep this showing people how hated I am, and then suddenly I give them a plug and their restaurant chooses it, well, they'll be chasing me for a meal at some stage. When you look at how people are easily influenced, it's easy to go with the gang. Yeah. Like if everyone else was doing it, our need to fit in is an overriding fact.
One thing that I do want to say is Cleaner Ben did donate £5 and probably didn't come through all that well because it was pretty low compared to the volume, so I've turned up the I've turned up the volume of the super chats. Cleaner Bean for £5 said, humans are insane. You can be taught to believe anything. And yeah, essentially that is the case for a lot of people, that they can be taught to believe. Yeah, they can be taught to believe very insane things. Like, from the get-go, generally people are taught to believe in all kinds of supernatural bullshit, right? So, like, take for example Santa Claus. That's like the first thing that that's the first kind of bullshit that children are taught to believe in. Now, generally later on, they're taught, okay, Santa Claus doesn't actually exist, right? But by the time they're told that Santa Claus doesn't actually exist, they generally already have been taught by some kind of religious figure that God exists. They've generally been taught that there's an afterlife, all these kinds of things. So, you know, it's one of the things where. But then again, it's also down to imagination. Like, kids have a very active imagination, so even if they weren't taught about something like Santa Claus, they would already believe all kinds of things like magic and stuff that they can't explain. And Gary Wabinga just randomly shows up in the chat out of nowhere saying, no curve, no ball, the horizon and cloud slanting down to the horizon proves that there's no curvature. The horizon proves that there's curvature.
Slanting is curvature. It is a slant. That is an accentuated curve. Where do you get that logic? Can you just go through a thought process and take that to a logical extreme, please, Gary? Just where you were saying Santa Claus there. Look, with my daughter, we actually were quite upfront because I believe in Germany there was a guy with a brown suit who made lots of wooden toys, and in the middle of the winter he pretty much went round and gave the toys about. And within that village, everyone said, "Hey, what a cool old dude, keeping our kids occupied." So everyone started exchanging whatever they had in abundance of. And we never bullshitted. We told her that was hundreds of years ago. We continue the thing now. We give presents. Don't let on to the younger kids. With the reindeer and the sleigh, we keep all those kids happy with that. And the older kids like being in on the secret too. So my daughter Clancy, she was about 8 when we kind of owned up about the Santa scam. Before then, she saw there were reindeer and so forth. And I don't know if you're up front with kids and don't bullshit them at the start. They don't learn bullshit. And they realise the first thing you want your kids to think when they fuck up is not, oh, Dad, Mum's going to kill me. You want them to think, I better ring Dad or Mum. Yeah. And, the whole bullshitting side, you don't reward bullshit. If they bullshit you, you punish them, but not by hitting them, Oakley. Yeah. You hack their Minecraft account and destroy their stuff. That's a better way to kids, as I did with mine.
And so Gary is in the chat. If Gary wants to come in and debate, you're more than welcome to. The other flat earther couldn't make it. Like, he's saying Polaris proves the Earth isn't orbiting the sun. Stars follow the same path across the sky every 23 hours, 56 minutes, and 41 seconds, which also proves the Earth does not orbit the sun. Okay. Here's Gary. Why do stars follow the same path across the sky every 23 hours, 56 minutes, and 41 seconds? Could it be that's because that's the time that it takes for Earth to complete one full rotation? Could that possibly be the case?
I say, if you've got a gentleman who's so, confident in his convictions, why don't we invite him on and have some voice? That'd be much better than you typing away.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to type when you've trimmed your claws, so, come on and talk.
What will those same clouds appear to look like when you fly over them? I don't get what he's trying to say. But, yeah, like, when it comes to flat earthers, generally they want to be right, I think. Like, there's so much evidence that the Earth is a globe. Like, just look at Soundly's images.
No, this is the cognitive dissonance of the basis of the flat Earth. I mean, really, when you look at it, the bottom line is you look up and you see a moon. Go out there 2 nights later, it's moved a few degrees further up. You saw it over near the horizon. Go out for the same piss 2 days later and it's up above your head and you're seeing a slightly different angle of it. If you can't sit there with basically your eyes and a bit of trigonometry, how the fuck are you going to work out all the complex things like... I mean, learning basic math. We do this in school. How many sides does a triangle have? That's here's a Flurf question. Okay, really easy. How many sides has a triangle got? Can you answer that one, Gary? It's the number bit across the top of your keyboard. It's between 1 and 10. I don't think it's that difficult. I feel like Nathan Oakley. Have I got a mute button? Can I mute someone and yell at them?
No, you don't. I suppose you could mute me, but it won't mute me on the stream, so it's not. Probably wouldn't work.
No, I want to do the Nathan Oakley trick. So tell us, have you got your Riley brand protractor and calculator, a triangle calculator? Come aboard. We want to talk, my friend. We can have a wonderful, mature discussion where we shall exchange our scientific views. Oh, I think Gary's going to be quiet.
Yeah. I do have... I was going to bring up one thing. Like, let's see what the clouds look like when you... Wait, does this have clouds? There we go. So there's some... oh, what's that? Does that look like curvature to anyone? Kind of looks like curvature if I say so myself.
That loading worm was flat. See, look at it. It's flat.
Pretty sure that's curved. To anyone looking?
Nah. Okay, I'll tell you what, I'll be the flurfer. Nah.
Yes.
I reject your reality and substitute my own. And I'm just doing the job here. I'm hammering a screwdriver up my nose. This is self-lobotomy. Okay, just... There it is, right? Okay. Yeah, me and Gaz, we reckon the Earth's flat because we know all this curvature. And you can't have pressure without a vacuum. So, yeah.
Okay, so we're not arguing rotation, we're arguing why the path never changes. Okay.
No, we're not arguing. You're typing in a box and we're up here talking about it. Come forth, O brave one.
Okay.
We shall drop the drawbridge and let thy into thy castle.
Okay, so here's the thing, right? The stars seem to rotate at a rate that is consistent with the seasons of Earth. Right.
Oh, sorry. Am I being the flurf here?
No, I'm speaking particularly to Gary. I'm just saying the stars seem to rotate at a rate which is consistent with the seasons of Earth. If it's summer, you will see the same stars in the sky at the same time, right? If it's winter, you'll see a different set of stars in the sky, but every winter you will see the same set of stars. If you don't, not accounting for, there are some oscillations in what stars you will see. They don't really appear to be slanting upwards. There's a few clouds that seem to be above. Is that clouds? Huh. Must be a few. Yeah, they don't really appear to be slanting upwards. These clouds...
That's what... Sorry?
I'm just going to go... It's very hard to say at short distances, because I wouldn't say that these clouds here are slanting downwards. But, you know, these clouds here certainly don't appear to be slanting upwards.
Well, cumulus clouds are probably not the ideal example because by their nature, they're not really following the atmosphere at the time. They're being churned up, hence the cumulo. If you look higher at stratos, they're actually very smooth and quite liney across the atmosphere and give us a much better angle. About where the steam may accumulate as it comes out of your kettle, well, that's the top end, the cumulus. That's just the steam bubbling up. So, cumulus is not a good example. But mind you, your curvature there's a very good shot. Can you work a little straight line up? Have you got something you can put across that to actually get rid of that? Oh, okay.
I was just gonna point out something to Gary, because he's saying the cars were driving sideways on the bridge. So I'm gonna go open. I'm gonna go view image, right? And I'm just gonna ask him where he thinks that the sides of all these cars here have gone. Where have all the sides of the cards gone, Gary? You don't think that there might be some kind of, I don't know, compression maybe? You know, at distance, perspective does very weird things that you wouldn't expect.
And if we pulled out our P900 and whacked it on those pylons there, that would straighten them all up, wouldn't it, Gary? Is that you guys thinking? Is that something that happens there? It would straighten up as we zoom in or run a teller. Oh, dude, you're really flogging a dead horse on this one, aren't you?
Yeah, but Gary's going on. Gary's going on about the clouds. I don't like to argue about the clouds because the clouds, it's a very subjective. You know, one person might say, "Oh, they appear to slant up," and it's like, no, not really. They appear to slant down. No, not really. But when it comes to something like this, we can argue this. This is something that can be argued. You know, these cars. Why aren't there sides to them? Okay, Gary, answer that. Why aren't there sides? Rather than going on, I'm going to argue things like there's these clouds slanting upwards and downwards, which no one... I can try to argue that, but it's an argument that no one's going to win, because at the end of the day, it's all subjective. And as Christian Frost Laserbeam said, clouds are not all at the same altitude. It's a bad argument for either side. It's like me saying... it's exactly like me saying something along the lines of... I'm just trying to think of a bad argument for the globe. It's like me saying gravity would cause any shape to become a sphere, so therefore the Earth must be a globe. That is a bad argument, because a Flurif would just say, oh, gravity doesn't exist. Now, I may be right...
Well, I could pick up a sauce bottle and take the top off and say, here's the sauce inside swishing around, turn it upside down for half a second, and because it doesn't fall out, turn it back and say, there, gravity doesn't exist. To which the proponent of gravity would say, hang on, hold the sauce bottle up and let it flow out. Mr. Flat Earther type would just go, nah, because he knows he's got his fucking arse nailed against the wall. Am I allowed to swear on this? Is it early enough? We've got kids listening. Sorry, kids.
Well,
anyway, I mean, come up with something fair, Dinkum, because your argument, you're not doing yourselves any favours, are you? It's getting a little bit thin. Like, maybe put some more thought into it, or at least appreciate that. Something that guy did, he's actually set experiments up. Oh, yeah, what you...
He's just going on about the clouds. It's like...
A cloud, yeah.
Fucking hell, mate. If you can't... if clouds are your only evidence, then... then that's not good evidence. Like, I've got a picture showing the curve on screen right now. You cannot debunk this.
Gary has got no dry powder, so he's just going to sit there going, clouds, clouds, clouds. I will just revert back to something that doesn't really reinforce either side of the argument. And look, Gary, what are you trying to prove? Because you're doing a damn good job of proving yourself to be something. Get off the text chat, come in and let us talk.
Yeah.
It's really not that hard.
The problem with flat earthers is that they like to think that they're right? They they grab onto one point that they think that they've got, and it's like, okay, I may not necessarily disagree with that point, but usually if I don't disagree with that point, like his point about clouds, I may not necessarily disappoint that to some people clouds will look like they're slanting downwards, and to some people it may look like they're slanting upwards, depending on how you perceive it. But that is a bad point. Why? Because clouds are at different heights. It is a purely subjective point. Some people may say, well, actually, no, the clouds don't look like they're slanting down, or actually, no, the clouds don't look like they're slanting up. So it's purely based on subjectivity. So, you know, it's much better to argue something like this. Why does this bridge appear to curve away from the person?
And what I would do as a flirter would immediately deflect to something like, say, oh, clouds. I don't know, clouds. I'll pull clouds out of my eyes. That'll teach them. Those globies think they're so clever with all their science and math sorcery and all their proof and their formula and great minds of generations that just basically squish a little argument into nothing. And I mean, you know, if I had something to really say, I'd come on and have a chat because we really want you.
Yeah, so Gary said that's utter bullshit. The clouds always appear to slant to the horizon for the observer on the ground.
Gary, that is a bad argument. You might want to try something like arguing the photo that I actually have up on screen now. How about you try that?
Or perhaps you could bring a couple of pictures of your own.
Yeah.
What flat earth proof would there be? Oh, a magical spotlight swiveling around on a pizza? Yeah, I don't know. This all kind of... Okay, well, we had these thoughts and some ancient Greeks went, hang on a second, how can we work this out? I know, let's put a staff in the air and measure its shadow. And then we'll get someone to take a quick jog down to the equator and do the same thing. And lo and behold, and from the facts we've picked up, we'll do a quick calculation, and they got it right to within about 400k. So I tell you what, these ancient Greeks were a hell of a lot smarter than any fucking flat earther, even though, Gary, you've got the knowledge of the universe in the palm of your hand, and what do? You sit there and you combine your confirmation bias with your cognitive dissonance. If you were to accept that you were wrong and actually open your mind, and just go back to year 10 when you were fart-arsing around at the back of the class and didn't give a fuck, if you could just go back to there, you could start relearning. And you will catch up, mate, because knowledge available to you now, it's just phenomenal that people like you exist.
Okay, so
come on.
So now he's trying to address the photo here. He's extreme zoom distorts. That's why all the bridges and sound these, all the cars on the bridges and sound these videos are driving sideways. So it's not that they're being distorted. What's actually going on here is, and this is calculatable by, simply simply using the formula for perspective, right? If you use the formula for perspective, you realize that basically distances away from the observer, if you zoom up on something, there will be less distance. So let me try and draw this. Right. Let me open up Paint. Let me clear file. Well, I'll just select all and delete. Right. Oh shit. Let me just. That wasn't what I wanted to do. I wanted to.
You've been on the dull brand Scotch again, haven't you?
I keep on doing the wrong thing. So if I quickly head over to here and just go display capture. Right. So here's what I'm gonna do. Right. So if I just have this shit. There we go. So if I have here, let's say this is our field of view. Generally, perspective can be defined as you have that line there and that line there. Right. That is your center of view. So now we can take a square, right? We can take this square and
oh my god.
I know, amazing.
4 triangles.
I know, amazing.
4 triangles. And the worst enemy.
the distance between here and here, right, will be the exact same as the distance between here and here, which is the exact same as the distance between here and here, right? Now, if you've got a thing which is just say, I don't know, this distance here long, right? Then by the time you get over here, it's going to be, I don't know, it's going to look like this distance long. And the further you zoom up on it, the smaller this distance away from you is going to appear. So that's basically perspective in a nutshell. So yeah.
Well, Gary's appearing to have a bit of a keeping up problem. He's claimed that the cars are distorted just like the end of the bridge. So he seems to have missed your point you're making here on... Can you sort of keep up, please, Gary? Have a look at what he's just drawn. That's like a hallway.
Yeah.
You know, you could sort of draw in and put some paintings on each side. It would look like the hallway, which you probably have one of. We hope you're not living in your car. So that's a hallway with a vanishing point.
So let me see if I can do this in, I don't know. Actually, I should probably... I'm just going to stop display capture for a second, just in case.
You could do it in crowns and Lego. That might be an easier way. That could have a positive effect.
So let me try and explain this with a 3D modeling program called Blender. Right? This Blender program will be great. Okay, so we'll hit 0. Alrighty. Lock camera to view, and we'll just go something like here. 0. Right. So let me try and work this out. Okay, we'll go delete that cube, and we'll add a... Someone's going on about vodka. Who's going on about vodka?
Schrodinger's vodka.
All right. And
no, this is definitely vodka that exists. It doesn't have the second state.
Okay, we'll go S, and we'll go on the X-axis. We'll just go 1,000. Right. So now if I go render image, we've got this long thing here. 3D view. We'll just go from this, and we'll just go. There we go. Okay, so I'll probably have to. I'll go S, X, and then go 10. Alrighty, we should get better results with much longer hallway. Okay, so if I create add an object, we'll go a cube, right? And we'll just move this over by 2. We'll move this over by 2. And then we go to 0. You'll notice, okay, you see, we'll move this up by 1. You'll notice you see a decent amount of the cube there. I can hit 0, and I can go Shift D, and we'll just move this over by 4. Alright, so if I render image now, oh shit, that's not going to work. Go back to 3D view. I'll just hit 0. So we'll see that this one here has half the distance of that one there, on its side there. Does that make sense?
How much did NASA pay you for this, buddy? Your shield check. I'm going to have to have a look at your payslip. I mean, surely we can get better help.
I mean, -4. I can keep on doing this all day. -4. You know, we can.
Looks like we made it.
Let's let me bring up the lamp here, and we'll actually go. What type of lamp do we want? What type of lamp do we want? We want a sun lamp, and we want to rotate this, I think. Yep, there we go. Render image. Alrighty. So, you know, you can try and say that this is CGI. So let's do some duplications. Shift, Shift D. We're just going to go to here, and we're going to move this along by -16. Right, and then we're going to go Shift D, and we're going to move this along by -32. Shift. Oh shit, I didn't want to select the lamp. Deselect the lamp. There we go. And we're gonna Shift D, and we're gonna move this along by -64. Alright. And we can go Shift go Shift D and move this along by -128. We'll just keep on moving. Shift D, -128. -128.
I reckon our little friend Gary's disappeared. He seems to have been very untidy.
Or maybe he's wondering what the point of this is. -128. So this is all. What you're going to see is you're going to see some distortion here. Right. -128. You're going to see some Shift D. You're going to see. Alrighty. Almost at the end of this very long hallway thing here. So we'll go Shift D. We're going to go -128. Alright, so that's about enough. So if we hit 0, we cannot see the end of the thing. We're going to need to bring the end up. We're going to have to go. Okay, maybe. Yeah, okay, so we're going to have to. We're going to have to go to the camera, and we're going to have to do rendering. So you can see that the things, yeah, you know, they're pretty. Oh, we're going to have to select the camera. That'd help. All right. So what I can do is I can change a lot of things, like the sensor size. I can set it to, but I can also set this to. I can also set the focal length. I'm pretty sure the focal length is what I want to set. So let's set it to 350 millimeters. Okay, I'm going to set the rotation to be... Ah, shit. Control Z. Okay, so I'm going to set the rotation of this camera to be perfectly aligned so that we don't get any weird things like what just happened. But you can kind of see where I'm getting at. So, let's do. Should be something here. What am I looking for? Oh yeah, the object things. So we're going to set the rotation to be 0, and I'm going to set the rotation to be 90. Is it? I'm going to set the rotation to be 90. Okay, there we go. So, as we zoom up on this, so we can set the focal length to be 350 millimeters. And we see that, oh look, everything looks taller now. All these things, they look a whole lot taller, but they seem to be a lot more squished, right? And as we increase our focal length, so let's go 450. They seem to be even more squished. 550. We can go 650. We can go. How far can we go? 850. Oh, they're getting really squished now. We can see a lot of that squishing that they like to bring up. What about 950? 950. Or we can go 1,000. Oh, we're squishing these boxes, and we know that they're boxes because you saw that they are boxes, right? But you know what's not happening? They're not curving away from anything. They're not curving like the cars in the photo. This is a perfect demonstration of what's going on here. Go, 1,100. Oh, we're getting up to some big numbers I don't think the FtWorth will understand now. Go 1,300. What about 1,500? Getting now down to the end of the corridor by by doing this. 1,500. This would be like a meter focal length. Oh, this is great. We can go 1,700. And all these things that you see here are extremely squished, right? But they're not curving. This is purely an effect of perspective. We can go, we can go 2,000. And the more we zoom up on this, right? Oh shit. Control Z. If I stop locking camera to okay, I can only zoom up so far. But yeah, the more I zoom... Actually, what if I set this back to 35? How far can I zoom up on this? 35. Okay. So how far can I zoom up on this? You know, the more I zoom up on it, the more these things in the distance, the more they squish. This is purely an effect of perspective. This is... I don't know if Gary will be going to stop paying attention or not, but I'm going to need to keep this. I'm going to need to keep this safe so that next time someone brings something like this up, I can say perspective. You love bringing it up, you know. Alrighty.
Yeah, well, you pushed the issue, really. The envelope was officially pushed when you got to 20 because he obviously had his shoes and socks off and could only count that far. And so I think 20 would have got him. He seems to have disappeared. So he's gone to hang around the shopping mall, I would say.
Yeah, I might make a version of this where you can see not only see. Maybe I might make a version of this which has like a bridge, and you can see the bridge gets more squished as you go along. Maybe I might do that. And we've got a super chat that should be coming on anytime soon.
Ball.
Okay, why didn't the text... Okay, that's really strange.
Give it a sec.
Okay, the text-to-speech was broken. For some reason. But John Rapp, anyway, said, not seeing bottom-up cut-off Gary Wank Spanner. Yeah, we're not. That's the one thing that we're not seeing. We're not seeing the bottom cut-off. We are seeing the effects of perspective. But we're just not seeing the bottom cut-off. We're always seeing the things they appear to disappear into the distance due to perspective, but we're never seeing it get cut off from the bottom. In fact...
Is it possible to lift the camera view up and down to actually give you a slightly upward view? Yeah. So you can see that the perspective... Yeah, can you like change your position, your viewing position? Yeah, just a little upwards. If you can scroll it up and down, you would see, obviously no curve, because... but you're going to actually see the perspective diminishing into the distance when you go up. It'll sort of, how do you say? You'll get a different angle. See how you're central, so you're kind of looking at the centre.
Yeah, now I've
lift it up so your eye line. There you go. That's it. Yeah. So can you just go up and down on that? Yeah, there we go. So we get a beautiful vanishing point.
Yeah, it's all
Year 9 graphics, I think it was. Yeah.
Yeah, and you'll notice that it always. It goes up. You know, everything is going up if you're above the vanishing point. Now, let me fetch the images by Soundly. Where is it? I can just close the display capture down. So they start going up until it's not going up. You know? It starts by going up, you know, if I bring up up on my screen, it starts by going up, then it just starts curving down. Where in the laws of perspective does it say to do that? Everything I can explain. I can explain everything in this image. I can explain the curvature that we see. It's because the Earth is curving.
But that would imply a spherical ball.
Yes.
Yeah, no, Gary's deserted.
Yeah, Gary is just... Next time... I'll keep this... I'm going to keep this saved, right? I'm going to keep the Blender file saved. So that if it's ever brought up again... I can go File... Save as... we're just going to call this... For Gary. And save as Blender file. Next time Gary comes in, I'm gonna bring that up, just so that he sees, and that should be great. And yeah, it's just a case where Gary is clearly not understanding that this does not support his argument. When it comes to flat earthers, here's the thing. They like to think that they have all the answers. Whereas they don't. You know?
What I notice they do is they'll sort of parrot what the latest documentary was, whether it was on conspiracy theories or that last guy, J.Y. Lewis, I think, debated Fight. He came on, he just parroted everything off some bullshit show and just could not think outside the square. And I think, what was one of the quotes he made? He came up with a beauty. What was it? I'm not making a truth claim. And I thought, hang on. So if you're not making a truth claim, then you're saying I'm a fucking liar. Like, I'm not making a truth claim. And he kept saying, other people. Oh, all these people, more people are believing it. Where are they? You know, this plea to authority, I guess, or something. Other people are saying it, not me. I might be a flat earther, but I'm sort of, yeah, you've turned up saying you want, and you're not making a true claim. I mean, we're talking fucking idiot squared here, aren't we?
Like when it comes to all these things, like flat earthers, I think that they probably start out being like, okay, yeah, like the Earth could be flat. There's no observable curvature, and all that kind of stuff. Because when you first watch flat Earth videos, you'll see things like Jeranism, or you'll see things like Rob Skiba or Mark Sargent, and they'll see it, and these people, they don't present the evidence for both sides, right? Or not fairly anyway. And so when it comes to what they're saying, oh, there's no observable curvature. They don't bring up images like this. And so when a flat earther, so later on the flat earther goes, okay, later on the flat earther is fully convinced, and they'll go, okay, when it comes to this, they'll have a moment of cognitive dissonance, and then they'll go, that's perspective, because they believe it's such an entrenched belief that, the Earth can't be round. The Earth can't be a globe. It's got to be flat. And it's like, well, actually, you got this where there's curvature, and it's like, okay, go back to basics. And you see people like Seek Truth, Speak Truth, who probably was at that point, and Conspiracy Cats essentially, I'm pretty sure Conspiracy Cats brought it back to basics. I might be wrong on that. And then Seek Truth, Speak Truth was like, okay, I'm going to actually reevaluate my ideas. And then he was like, okay, my ideas are fucking stupid. And so he's pulled out. That's what flat earthers need to do. They need to go back to the basics. They need to reevaluate their ideas from the start and then decide whether they should be a flat earther. Because that is the problem. They've gone so far down this rabbit hole. And I can keep on spouting evidence that the Earth is a globe. I can show evidence right here that Earth is a globe. But most of them will go, well, that's not evidence that Earth is a globe, that's just perspective. And it's like, okay, let me bring up Blender and show you how perspective works. And then you've got, and flat earthers, they just keep on spouting perspective. It's like, well, can you at least give me the formula for perspective? Tell me what about perspective means that we should see something like this on a flat disc. And they never give answers, I can explain every effect that's being seen here. I can explain why the cars appear to be facing towards Soundly, even though, because the cars here, they appear to be facing right towards you. That's going to lead to a very bad crash if they were doing that, but they're not doing that, so that's a good thing.
What's the distortion he was talking about? I don't quite see his point. How can you ever see their point? But what distortion is he speaking of? The cars at the end of the bridge is distorting. I can't really. Is he talking this end of the bridge or the far end?
So what he's talking. What he's talking about is when it comes to here, right? You got these bridges that they seem to rise up a hell of a lot and then come back down. Now these bridges in reality are actually, they don't have quite that they don't have quite the level of steepness that they appear to have. And what they don't realize is that the steepness that they appear to have is due to, or what they realize is that the steepness that they appear to have is due to perspective. And they seem to think that because they have this so much steepness, that this means that the curve that we see here is due to perspective as well. But that's not how it works. I can demonstrate why these bridges will have the curvature that they do. what they can't demonstrate is why this appears to curve away from the... they can't demonstrate why this appears to curve away from the observer. And
either way, yeah, sorry.
Oh yeah, continue. I was wondering if you had anything to say about that.
I'm trying to think as to what they would do. Look, him going to the cars, he's just basically deflecting away from something he can't explain. If he had any critical thinking abilities, he'd realise, and I don't know, I think he's a troll, actually. He's just coming for a bit of attention, and he's departed. We should probably almost not bother with him. Something I've found that I give him in chats, just predict an eclipse, showing your model, and they bite with all sorts of crap, but just show us how it works, when it is, and seem to know no one's even going to happen. But as soon as they get anything that drags them away from basically the parrot shit, they just, I don't know, deflect an eye, roll it all around.
Yeah.
I find Wotan's in. Oh yeah, go.
I was going to say, I'm hoping that eventually they wake up. I hope eventually they see that Flat Earth is bullshit. There's no valid evidence for a flat Earth. Any evidence that they bring up can be explained by the globe. I can. When Gerry brought up clouds, right? Clouds appear to slant down towards the horizon and appear to slant up. Okay, that is purely a subjective thing. I might say, no, they don't appear to slant at all. They just appear perfect. The underside of clouds appear perfectly flat, right? I could say that. Or I could say the top side of clouds appear perfectly flat. Both of these things, it's... we can get into the semantics of it, but either way, it's a bad argument. I'm not going to be using clouds as evidence for the globe. I'm just not going to do that. Even though, if you try to look closely, they would be evidence for the globe. But as far as I can see, they're bad evidence. They're not going to convince anyone. Using clouds isn't going to convince anyone. So I'm not going to use them. Now, when it comes to the Polaris thing that they say, Polaris doesn't move, well, actually, there is a bit of precision. The Earth, quite a while ago, wasn't pointing directly at Polaris. It is pointing at Polaris now, or the North Pole is pointing at Polaris now, but that's not going to be forever. Eventually, it's going to precess and point at another star. And Polaris does move in the night sky. It's not by a whole lot. I'm pretty sure there is a bit of parallax, but it's a very small amount of parallax because of the huge distances that we see. But there's been parallax observed of other stars, right? There's we've seen other stars move in relation to other stars, but this does require very, very precise measurements and stuff. And so, flat earthers aren't going to take the 30 years that we've been observing this, because they don't.
Well,
they don't want to. Well, 30 years to decide whether you're a flat earther or not, that's going to be a long time. Most people prefer to do it in 2 years. Or in 2 minutes, I mean.
Yeah. Basically find some memes that fit your narrative and go, right, let's go with it. Let's all chemtrail it and go in those directions. When they were doing the pyramids back in the 70s, I think it was the pyramid of Cheops, there was a thin shaft that came from the burial chamber straight out, pointing to seemingly nowhere in space. And it didn't really make sense as to why it pointed there. And one thing the pyramids do prove it, they were bloody good builders back then. And then about that time, I believe a program for reading the stars in the night sky became available. And when they took it back to the time that they thought the pyramids were built, it still didn't line up. They kind of went back another 1,000 years or so and discovered it lined up with one of the stars in the northern hemisphere and worked out, okay, they're not this old, they're actually a bit older, but it lined up perfectly. And it really doesn't prove that there's any gods or aliens coming down and showing them how to build it. It actually just proved they were just good at what they did. And in fact, if you notice the bend in the pyramid, it sort of curves in a bit. Apparently the guy who did all the measuring, because they were measuring cubits, one of them died. And apparently the new guy coming in doing all the cubit measuring kind of altered the angles or whatever. That I don't quite know exactly, because hieroglyphs are pretty hard shit to read. But that whole angle, see, science there up until it, okay, it's a hole, we don't know what it means. It doesn't mean everything else falls into disrepair. It just means we haven't worked it out yet. And as technology becomes available, we'll learn more and more about things. They can't grasp these facts, big numbers get them and big concepts get them. They don't really have that spatial perception that I believe normal people have.
Well, one thing that Arto said in the chat is, finish time I located north looking at Polaris was the only star visible. I bet 1 million imaginary pesos that Planet Walk did not see Polaris today. I cannot look north and see Polaris. If I want to locate north, it's a lot harder for me in the southern hemisphere. So it's.
Well, actually, we do the first Aussies. If you look at the Southern Cross, because that's always available to us. I can't remember which star, so lucky I'm not stranded out in the desert. But apparently, you line up 2 of the stars, and then the line from them down, and then you look at the 2 pointers, which are the 2 brightest stars, and draw a line from those, and the intersecting point is pretty much south.
Yeah.
So, and that's the way these guys navigated the country on foot for, I don't know, 40, 50, 60,000 years. So if our first Aussies were able to get it right, I mean, their life depended on it. You navigate the wrong way and you're not getting to that water hole, and Australia's desert is not a very forgiving place. So they had to get it right, and I don't know how many people died, but yeah, so we have our methods down here.
Yeah.
We just get to look into the centre of the universe here. You guys, of our galaxy, you guys get the boring outside, so I prefer the southern hemisphere.
Yeah.
Plus, we also have much better Christmases. We have hot weather. We don't have this snow bullshit where you've got to be inside. We get out and have barbecues and play beach cricket and fuck around and be morons. And fuck these northern hemisphere white Christmases. Fuck.
Yeah. I would like to have I think I probably would like to have a white Christmas one year, but it wouldn't be something for every year. I do prefer the nice weather. Although, to be fair, I've only had one good summer day this year so far. That was New Year's Eve. So
we've had too many good summer days, unfortunately.
Yeah, when I went over to Australia not last year, but the year before, I'd be able to just, it was winter when I went. So it was brilliant. I didn't get sunburned. I was able to go down to the beach, have a good time,
Yeah, now what was this discrepancy about blueberry chips? You have chips that are flavoured like blueberries? Or am I misreading?
Bluebird chips.
Bluebird. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
and it's the same label and packaging as Smith Crisps chips or whatever.
Yeah.
But it's a different chip inside in New Zealand, is it?
Well, essentially, when it comes to Smith's chips, they do have different packaging, right? Except for the special chips. So recently, you might have had a certain type of chip that was in that would have been limited edition type of chip. I can't remember what flavor it was. I think it was some sort of barbecue or maybe it was a particular type of chicken flavor. Anyway, these types of chips, in New Zealand, they have the exact packaging for the special type of chips. If I didn't know about the different special ones, then I probably would have gone, okay, they're a completely different brand. But because I knew about the special ones, it's like, oh yeah, these are basically the exact same, just with different branding for different countries. Kind of like how you guys have what's that place? Hungry Jack's, and the rest of the world has Burger King.
I was just about to bring that up. You've read my mind, which is a very disturbing thing. Yeah, I can sort of fill you in. This could be shit, but I did hear this one many years ago. Apparently McDonald's, being the wonderful chaps that they are, decided to short-circuit Hungry Jack's in Australia and registered the name Burger King, saying, ha ha ha, now you can't come out and trade. So they used the same logo and changed the name, which is why we have Burger King at the airports, because apparently the airport is sort of considered not Australian territory and not applicable to Australian copyright laws. But Burger King is the same font and everything, and it's still the same crap.
Well, actually,
so yeah, we have Burger King.
Well, actually, when I was leaving Australia at the airport, I got Hungry Jack's, and this was after going through the So essentially, it was at the Gold Coast airport, right? And so we had, you had one side doesn't have much, but then when you go through the thing, you've dropped off your luggage and all that. What I did is I went and got Hungry Jack's.
Okay, yeah. Well, it's Gold Coast, yeah. Well, Melbourne, it may have changed now too because it's been a while, but Melbourne Airport, I do remember there was Burger King many years ago. When you flew into the Gold Coast, did you notice the angle of the plane? Like, as you fly into it, you've got to fly down into a mountain. The plane gets cranked over at a pretty considerable angle. Did you get that flight path or not?
I don't think so.
You would remember it because you kind of almost corkscrew into it when you're coming sort of from the ocean, because depending on whether they will approach from different ways. But I remember, I was really shitting myself, and I was actually thinking these things crank a long way. It was almost like a motorcycle. You could look out your window.
I was thinking, phew, I see land. So if we crash into the ocean from all this turbulence, yeah. So I was basically thinking, if we crash into the ocean because of all this turbulence, we'll get rescued quickly. So that's good. But yeah, like there was quite a bit of turbulence, and like I think when you because this is the first international flight that I'd ever been on, when you're flying for the first time, it's quite unnerving, the touchdowns, you know. Eventually you get used to...
Okay, yeah.
I was just gonna say, eventually you get used to it. Like, I think last time I was flying to Christchurch, it was like, you know, it's like, okay, yeah, this isn't too bad.
What I remember is when we were piloting out of Tullamarine, it probably takes a couple of minutes, and the hostesses are all doing the little display of the oxygen masks and the like, and I was watching out the window and just checking the things going through the amount of stuff they have to do pre-flight, with all their flaps and that. And I tell you what, the way it was driving, the wings are wobbling up and down, and you're sort of thinking, I hope this kind of gets a bit better once we fly, or is this right, or is this wrong, or no.
Yeah.
A guy Steve Bedwell was flying out of I think it was Indonesia. It was Tiger Airlines, and what happened? He reached down and grabbed the pamphlet, and it said, "We at Tiger Airlines here have 3 wonderful 747s," and la-di-da goes on about how great. And he said while they're piloting out, he looked across into the boneyard, and there are 2 of the same plane he's got with no wings, and he's in like the last of 3 jumbo jets. The other 2 have been cannibalised. And he reckoned when the plane eventually touched down in Melbourne or Sydney, he thought it was the only time I got out and kissed the ground, because you just don't want to see 2 planes without wings. Oh no, I'm in the last of the bad bunch. Fuck! Help!
Yeah. Hugh Jarsz says if the wings weren't flexible, they'd break off.
Probably, yeah. It's just, I understand. Look, aircraft are designed by great people. They know what they're doing. It's just when you see it, you're thinking, "Oh my god, I hope that's in the script." Yeah.
Yeah, it's basically when you. There are things that don't. To people like you and I, there are things that just don't look right, you know? When you see a plane in the sky, it's like, oh, those wings look very, very solid. But when you're in the plane, it's like, those wings look very, very flappy. Are the wings just going to be like, flap, flap, and we're going to fly like a bird or something? I hope that's not the case.
Yes, it pays to not watch TV shows like Air Crash Disasters before you're going on a fly. It's definitely not what you need.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you don't want... I can't remember who was watching that recently. Someone was watching... Oh yeah, there was someone that was watching Air Crash Disasters, and like they called up her... She called up her boyfriend or something like that, and... I was like, don't die on a flight or something, and he was just like, what? So, yeah.
Oh, I believe it's that old thing of people tend to more think of, oh, shark attack, oh, aircraft, and yet drive their cars around like your chances of getting killed in a car accident are way steeper than your chance of dying in a plane crash. Yeah, so, what is it? You know how we're famous vicious animals that are going to kill you, you know, funnel webs and the like. Unfortunately, the list of most dangerous animals in Australia goes cows, dogs, horses, in that order. The more exotic ones seem to save themselves for the tourists. They kind of ignore us. So it's a bit sad in the end, the image we've got with all our evil, vicious characters.
Apparently, I've seen this great meme, right, which says what non-Australians are afraid of, and it's got like the spiders, it's got the drop bears, it's got all that kind of stuff, you know. And then it has what Australians are afraid of, and it's got, you know, Rupert Murdoch, Scott Morrison. It's got like the Herald or something. I can't remember. Oh, and one of the. I think it might have Vegemite or something. I'm not sure.
Things we're not scared of. Things we're scared of is warm beer. That's terrible. What else? Oh, there's warm beer, of course. Yeah, I should have to remember that. I like to tease up the Yanks and say to them, every day is like the opening scenes of Indiana Jones, you know, where he's doing the skull trick and running out through the thing with the giant ball chasing him and the arrows and so forth. That's just getting to work, so keeps them on their edge. We don't have too many tourists.
Also, another thing that terrifies the Australians is the All Blacks.
Yes, that's one of the things you do get us in. You don't look like the sort of person who would find rugby amusing, though. Do you watch that game or not?
Well, here's the thing. Earlier this year, there was the Rugby World Cup that was happening, and I believe it was the semi-final, right? England versus New Zealand. And I get a tweet from Simon Dan, and I was like, oh, what's this? Why is Simon Dan tweeting at me? And so what he was tweeting at me was about the rugby, and I was like, oh, yeah, I get it now. And he was giving me a bit of shit.
Yeah, they actually think you care. You know, like, it's that whole Homer Simpson adage, you know, when your team wins, yay, I was behind them all the time. When they lose, what? Who gives a fuck? I used to be quite a cricket fan. I've got to say, after the sandpapery crap, I just thought, you pack of pretentious bastards. You know, you're actually given this position where you're quite famous. You're well off due to your sport, whether you win, lose, or draw. And like everybody wants to be a professional sportsman, and yet you got to sort of go into cheating. And we weren't really noted for cheating until that sort of incident. And now I think the only real clean skin side is the West Indies and you guys. So. You know, you kind of lose interest. The game's integrity is not really worth watching anymore.
Yeah.
Well, I think there's an English guy called Guy Pratt who his view on soccer was, why would I want to pay to watch a bunch of millionaires run around and chase each other? And I think he's pretty much on the money with that too.
Yeah,
there are many other sports to watch.
Yeah, like I don't like. I just don't have the patience to watch football or to watch rugby. Like when it came to the Aussies versus the Kiwis in cricket, I was excited. I was like, hell yeah. Maybe the Kiwis will win. Or when it came to England versus the Kiwis in cricket, I was like, hell yeah, maybe the Kiwis will win. But I don't have the patience to watch that on TV. Hell no, I'd much rather play video games. At least I'm controlling it. Or I'd much rather watch a debate because at least there's something entertaining to listen to.
Cricket though, you've got to look at the culture of it. See, you've got summer now. What do you do in summer? You drink beer. Okay, now, if you just drink beer, you've got to get people to a place to drink beer. So you throw a game with a red ball that you can't really throw. You got to, oh, no, you can't have a throw and so, yeah, keep your arms straight. Okay, well, it's a bit like baseball. No, put it down near their legs. And don't make it a tennis ball. Make it hurt them. Make them wear pads. And then when you see the game, you think, there's something wrong with this. And then you spend about the next 20 years working out, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just shit. But the beer tastes good. So it's an aid to drinking, and it's an excuse to get together to have a piss-up. What more Australian is there than that? A reason to have a piss-up. And Aussie rules, I reckon, pretty much, that generated because the guys used to land, they were sailors, and you get paid in rum, so you work hard, drink hard, and fight hard. So they invented this game where you throw a ball in and make them chase that, and instead of beating the shit out of each other, kind of beat the shit out of each other over the ball. So again, it's a drinking culture game. So when you absorb it for what it is, it's not a game. It's just, hey, let's all have a piss up. So it kind of makes sense when you give it that perspective.
Yeah, when it comes to these things, it is very much a social thing. I don't have the patience to. Even Bathurst, right? Do you watch that?
I do, but I sort of, I can't sit there for 12 hours.
Yeah, so Bathurst, it's a good thing to, get a few people over, have a drink, and stuff. And, entertaining part is when someone has a horrible crash. So, it's very much a case of, people will get people over, have a drink, talk shit, and when there's a crash, it'll be sort of on in the background. When there's a crash, you go, oh look, there's a crash, everybody watch, watch the instant replay. But when it comes to the whole thing of cricket, it's like nothing interesting really happens until the end when you find out what the scores are. So I think it's a bad excuse for a piss up because no one's really paying attention anyway. So.
Well, it's funny because what the televised coverage is doesn't really show you what's going on in the crowd. Having been an MCG Bay 13 candidate various times in my youth, I can sort of say it's a lot more fun than they can televise. You'll tend to get 2 or 3 pack mentality yobbos with a loud voice. And when you get 2 or 3 together, they will kind of G each other up and then start a thing, and then you get your crowd little chanting with you, and they start chanting. But the true masters are the Englishmen. The soccer hooligans, who they keep separated, have a unique way of putting shit on each other, like when they're in voice. Many years ago, I can't remember the teams, but it was Manchester. They had a plane crash where, a grandstand collapse where quite a lot of people died. And the opposition fans of 5 weeks were singing, "You can't build a grandstand, dude." People had died in this, and it was fire and all that. So then that team's had a plane crash and lost half their team. So the other team were then singing back at them the Frank Sinatra song, "Come, let's fly away." So this is tribal. We hate you. So the sport provides your tribal instinct, I think.
Yeah, probably. I just want to say to 82, ahoy hoy, because he's in the chat. He randomly said meow. I've never actually heard 82 say meow, I don't think. Maybe he'll pop in and say meow to us.
Yeah, someone did point out that it was when I mentioned before that more people die in car accidents than planes and sharks and the like. I think they said per miles travelled. Yeah, good point. You're probably right. But shark attack per miles travelled is a pretty hard one because you don't really travel that far to get eaten by a shark, and not that many people. Yeah, so I don't think the mileage weighs up in the shark side. But yeah, aircraft. But still, your chances of a car accident, I don't know what your road toll is. Yeah, when you see how people, it's kind of understandable. They don't really give it due care.
Yeah. One thing that I do want to... one thing I do want to say is someone said something about, yeah, but Australia is nowhere near as religious. I'm thinking they're talking about sports, but when it comes to religiosity, this is kind of a subject change, but when I went to Lismore one time, I actually heard this person, I think the Prime Minister had just changed, right? Because you guys go through Prime Ministers like, you guys go through Prime Ministers faster than I change my clothes. There's probably... it's probably a good example. I mean, I change my clothes every second day, so, your Prime Ministers change every day, so,
Well, now that you bring that up, we've got this Prime Minister. He's only got 18 months on the clock, low mileage, seemingly nice bloke, bit of a daggy dad, and you're Jacinta, she's got some miles up, mate. All right, what do you say you do a swappy? Yeah, we could just borrow...
Hell no!
You sure? Because, I mean, ours has got low mileage as a PM. But we've had, how many years? 6 PMs in the last 9 years. So they average about 18 months. And this one's pretty sad too. On the religiosity... Yeah, sorry, go.
I don't want Scott Morrison as my Prime Minister. Hell no.
Oh, you knew his name, did you? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know that one. Yeah. Yes. His name, though, changes over because he's in that man, the slogan bogan. It turns into Scammo pretty quickly because it was ScoMo, which is Scammo, Smoko now, Morrison, Morriscum. He's got a good 10 variations on his name. Just lately, the fireman. Look, we've just had rain come through Victoria. This is on a slightly serious note. We had a lot of rain come through today, which is really good for crews. The problem is, now that's provided all this moisture, in about 5 to 6 weeks' time, there's going to be a heap of undergrowth. So we won't be able to burn it off. So it's a bit of a... the flip side of the coin is the rain's saved it now, but now we're going to have a pretty vicious February, and hopefully other joints will down a bit, but it's just so intense.
But, one thing that I wanted to say is when I was in Lismore, because he had just changed Prime Minister... I heard one of the people. I was at McDonald's and one person was saying, "I think it's good that we've now got a more religious. Prime Minister. We need some religion in there." And I'm like, "Wait, did I just walk into America? Where am I? Am I?" I thought I was in. I thought I was in fucking Australia, not America.
I don't know who would have said that. Was that like one of the country boys? The sheep shearers or someone?
What
person said this?
I don't know. It was some old dude.
Oh, okay, yeah. Look, the rusted on ones copy him. Like they just. It's just so ingrained into them that they just don't believe they can vote any other way. There's been a thing with conservative parties. Their voters are dead and just they're brain dead. They're like terracotta soldiers without the coolness. They've got sort of no brains and no guts and don't do much and they don't have the coolness either. Whereas your more progressive voters, if Labor don't do the right thing, they say, fuck you and don't.
Yeah.
Libs will always fuck. So that's the big... the younger voters.
So essentially later on this year, when because New Zealand should be coming up to its next election this year, right? And you've also got the American elections. Yay! I'll probably actually be doing a breakdown of each party's, or the major parties' policies. You know, fucking the Internet Party or the Mana Party, or maybe the Mana Party might get some seats, but the Internet Party, they don't get any seats. They've tried. They're not getting any seats. They're not getting in. But you know, parties like the Greens, parties like Labour, parties like National, parties like New Zealand First, parties like ACT. Even ACT is probably not worth looking into. I'll be looking into them. I'll actually go, these are the policies. These are all the good policies that Labour is doing. And, you know, I might actually be like, fuck it, I'm going to vote National if they've got better policies. If I think that they've got better policies than Labour does.
It's different in New Zealand though, because we have the MMP, and like if even the small parties actually had a little say because of all the seats. It doesn't work like that in America. Am I right?
Yeah, well, in America, essentially what you've got is I think about 4 parties there. 2 of which everyone votes for, so they never get a party in.
Exactly. So like an ACT which has like a small percentage, they can still attribute to the alliance or whatever. Because that's how Jacinda got in. That's how she got in, because of New Zealand First.
Yeah. So
and they were like a small percentage. Yeah.
Essentially, when it came to ACT, because they only got 1 seat, they actually didn't like. National could have just governed. National could have just been like, no, we don't want to govern with ACT. We're just going to join with New Zealand First, and they could have actually governed that way. When it comes to ACT, they don't have enough seats to actually have an impact on the government, unless National is like 1 seat away from having majority parliament, if a party is 1 seat away from having a majority parliament, then they will have an impact. But if otherwise, most of the time it's just pointless. Like take for example over in it doesn't really support my point in any way, but you know, you get what I mean, right?
Yeah, I just think like, you know, the American political system, the way. It's not a coincidence that their country's divided, because it's how they've set up their political system. I mean,
yeah, it's set up in a batshit crazy way, you know.
Yeah.
Like,
and funny enough, you have a division line that's across the, you know, basically draw a line across the states.
Yeah.
And well, not exactly, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, but the idea is that when it comes to the American politics system, it's set up in an absolute batshit crazy way. So essentially, you've got 2 parties. The first 2, by the way, people are saying that you're breathing heavily into the mic.
Who is?
OG Parkway.
Sorry.
So, yeah, when it comes to...
I don't have a push to talk. I will change it.
Yeah, so when it comes to the American system, you've got two major parties and a couple of smaller parties. Now, first you elect who's going to be your president, and the person that you're electing for president. So you got people like who are the people that matter? You've got Pete, you've got Mayor Pete, you've got Biden, you've got Bernie Sanders, you've got Elizabeth Warren. And I think they're the only people that matter. Let me check. You might have that guy that brought half the things. Let me see. I think Bloomberg. Oh wait, I should probably go here. Because I've been kind of looking at it. Because I might actually break down the US election, because you know. New Zealand elections aren't all too entertaining. It's like
their pre-selection policy in the States is kind of, they almost eat their own. You'll see members with a low percentage as it gets closer, suddenly gain traction. And it's sort of weird. I remember the last pre-selections, they're just brutal on each other, unless there's an entrenched member.
Yeah.
So the Republicans won't change because he's there.
Yeah, so you got Biden, Sanders, Warren, Pete, Bloomberg. I don't know how to say his name, like it's Buttigieg or Buttigieg. I have no idea. I hear a lot of people say it Buttigieg. Buttigieg is probably the easier way to say it. So yeah, when it comes to the US election, essentially it's a case of it's a case where they have to first select who's running, and that's the policies, right? So the policies, the policies are basically decided on, and Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren have very similar policies, right? And then.
I wouldn't know.
And Biden has somewhat similar policies, but I'd say that Sanders and Warren are far more closely aligned than Biden, right? Now, Biden is doing the best, but if all the Warren supporters decided, okay, we're going to support Sanders, he would do better than Biden. So it's a case of whoever has the most consistent fan base, in this case Biden, wins, right? So because Biden has the most consistent fan base and the fan bases of Sanders and Warren are split between Sanders and Warren, they could overtake Biden if they had if they both had the same fan base and they decided, okay, we're going to all vote for one person. We're just going to support Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders gets the nomination. Bernie Sanders overtakes Biden's, and then they would actually have someone in. But they're really not voting on policy here. They're voting on a person who will have policies that they may or may not agree with. But if a whole lot of people have very similar policies, they may have slight disagreements on the better way to implement them, or they might go, well, okay, we're going to vote in Bernie Sanders because I like I'm Bernie bro or whatever, or we might vote in Elizabeth Warren because she's not quite as extreme as Bernie Sanders in her rhetoric. Then that comes down more to the personality of the people, and that's not a good way to vote. Whereas in New Zealand, it would be basically you'd have maybe Bernie Sanders having their own party, Elizabeth Warren having their own party, and when they get into government, it'd be okay, we've got Sanders and Warren. To get into power, they've got to agree to something. So you'd have a combined government with basically a coalition. And I think that's the same way that it works over in Australia, if I'm correct, as well.
I think, and Germany has it as well.
Okay.
I think they have a slightly different version of it, I think. But
a couple of elephants in the room with the US elections. Firstly, if you go back to 2016, the margins for each party was around 33%. The I don't give a fuck bunch were actually about the same. So I dare say a lot more people are going to this time around. But the big one now is with Trump being voted to be impeached, they have to do to get their 67% majority. Republicans have 47. They need to get 20. Now, the Democrats have 47. They need to get 67 to get their majority. The Republicans have the other 50, which means they have to get 20 to jump ship. Now, you'd reckon in a given day that 20 of 50, there's no way they're going to get 2 in 5 to vote that way. But they're all on such thin seats, if they don't choose to take the next step, their own position becomes threatened. And Republicans are notorious at eating. So, the Democrats are best placed now to not go any further, leave it open and let the let Trump's smelly socks stay on the lawn, so to speak. So it's not so much who runs in the Democrats, it's will enough people turn out to piss Trump off, because, I don't know, I think they're waking up. I think the media is going to be pretty exposed over the next 12 months.
Yeah, I think when it comes to the American elections, it's way too partisan. Like you got the all the Republicans are behind Trump. There may be one or two that will say, "Hey, look, Trump needs to be impeached," but you've got all the Republicans behind Trump, thinking that he's the second coming of Christ or something. And then the Democrats seem to be very much orange man bad, and it's not good for either side because each side.
It's tribal.
Yeah, like.
It's that tribal thing again.
Yeah, like, essentially you'll have the Democrats, essentially you'll have the Republicans always thinking that Trump is good no matter what. And it's like, well, actually he can do shitty stuff. Just because he's to the right of whatever it is that you consider center in America, doesn't mean that he's good.
But it's because they put him on a pedestal that they allow him to do shitty stuff. It's like, oh well, he's the savior, so we'll let him do some shit stuff.
Who's putting Trump on this pedestal you're talking about?
A lot of the conservatives in America will.
Well, I don't know. I mean, they did 4 years ago because they voted him in.
I think you'll find that Trump is a meme for most of us, and that was a lot to do with not having Hillary Clinton in too. Now, don't get me wrong, there's some people that really wanted Trump in, but most of us despise the idea just based on the fact that how are you going to take a reality TV person seriously as your president? And then you have other concerns that creep in after that on his actual political agenda.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know, but he still has a fan base, I'm sure of it.
Oh, yeah,
and those particular people, they don't fucking think logically. They're just like, he's the savior, let him do what he wants.
Well, and then you have the problem of regalvanizing that element by trying to impeach him.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. One person says. One person in the chat says the problem is that we have Murdoch and Trump's base is rabidly supportive of him at 40%.
Did you see how back in when who was it? The other president who got impeached in the 90s. I can't remember his name.
Clinton.
Yeah, Clinton, obviously. But he started like as soon as he was about to get impeached, he did like a strike on I can't remember Iraq, but it's just so fucking ironic, how Trump has done this with Iran.
What was sad though is that Clinton was actually a damn good president.
But when it came to
Clinton's,
well, fucking now he looks like a fucking amazing president.
Oh, he looked amazing then, dude. He almost erased our national deficit.
Yeah.
Well, he was amazing because they had him back after he got impeached. So like,
right.
Everyone loved him.
When it comes to when it comes to Bill Clinton, he's definitely better than. Well, I'm actually not sure.
Oh, then Trump way better than Trump.
I probably can't rank a whole lot of US presidents. Like, I wouldn't know who's better out of Obama or Clinton, but
Obama,
yeah.
Obama had better foreign.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. That one can be opinion based.
All I hear about, I would have been a Democrat if I was American, but all I hear about Obama is how he, I don't know, he ordered the most drone strikes, or he, the economy went down when he was in charge, and some shit like that.
He also had the most drones. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Can you turn whoever that
but
is?
The thing is,
drones were very prevalent.
When he came into power in 2008, that is bang on the pattern of the world economy decline. So he came in at that time, and he took the brunt of the blame.
Can you turn Ox up a bit? I can't hear Rob.
Well, when it's hard to hear Flat Feet Pete.
Yeah, guys, I'm in my car, man. I am definitely flat feet Pete today.
He's keen. He's broadcasting in the car. It's good.
I'm riding Flurfy.
Yeah.
If Kristen Laserbeams is still around, that's a nod to her.
Ben Delight said Obama had more drone strikes than George Washington.
yeah, exactly.
And one person says...
Exactly my point. I've heard that too. It's like, dude, George Bush didn't have all these drones. He had some, but nothing like Obama and Trump have access to.
He did have 8 years, so he did have twice the amount of time as some presidents. I'm just hoping that someone decent actually gets in next time, because
there are no decencies in politics here.
Yeah. Like the whole tax cuts thing, that was stupid. And people are still saying, I'm going to benefit from the tax cuts because it means that I'm going to get paid more from my job. And it's like, that's not the way that it works.
Yeah, they're so. I hate when I hear people misconceive tax cuts.
Yeah, tax cuts. They seem to have this idea that if a company has more money, then it will pay their employees more. That is not the case.
No, it's not the case. They pay their executives more and they pocket higher profits. Period.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just because someone is getting paid more doesn't mean that they're going to do more good. Generally, it means it depends on what their motive is. Sometimes they might be, okay, we need to have more money backed up just in case our company crashes. That is one case. Just if you have, you might have a case of they might be like, okay, we'll actually give to charity now because we have the money we have money to just give away. That could be a case.
They'll do that a lot because it's a bigger tax write-off than it would be like that money by donating it than it would be to pay the taxes that would come as a result of not doing it. Tax write-offs for charitable donations in the United States, especially for corporate entities, are massive.
Now, some people
That's why people like Oprah shovel out all those prizes and things like that. Their shows, those are all deductible tax write-offs.
And then there are people that try and claim that because companies have more profits means that they'll hire more people. And I just don't think that's the case. The
supply and demand determines that.
Yeah.
Not companies.
Like you might have your workers working like 24, like working really, really tough, right? But if you can keep them working like they're doing, then it's very much a case of they'll keep working, because what are they going to do if you fire? Or what are they going to do if they quit? They're going to need to. Wait, what the?
It's the disposable income factor. If people don't have enough disposable income, the economy doesn't.
Okay, so So I just noticed something.
What's that?
Apparently, a round of applause is no longer busy. Apparently, or maybe, because apparently he's talking. I'm just going to at him.
I'm still waiting for the another economic global decline so I can buy a house in 2008.
I
want the house.
Don't say it's not going to happen. It is. Come on.
Please. It will. The House of Cards economics will tumble down.
It was meant to happen at the start of this year, and it's happened a little bit in New Zealand in terms of the house prices going down, but nothing compared to 2008.
Yeah,
it's starting to go back up again.
The economy will go tits up. It's pretty much most economists have forecasted. The balance of payments and GDP factors and all the shit the economies are going to go to. Don't know about GFC, but
yeah, I'm going to need all the Americans in chat to start taking out, personal loans that they can't pay back. Thanks.
If you invest heavily in beer, you will not suffer from a GFC. So invest heavily in beer. That's the go.
One thing that I like doing is I like one thing that I personally enjoy is when the New Zealand dollar is worth less, because I actually
we're always worth less.
When the New Zealand dollar drops in value, I actually get more money. Like like if you take just say I think it's about $690 is roughly around 1,000 New Zealand dollars. That works out pretty well. That works out better for me when the New Zealand dollar is worth less, because if it's worth less, then I get more than $1,000. If it's worth more, then I get less than $1,000. It comes down to things and the cost of things in New Zealand. Like, yeah, sure, I might be able to buy things if the New Zealand dollar is worth more. Sure, I might be able to buy things from overseas a lot cheaper, but I live in New Zealand, so.
Well, we're an export country, so our economy tries pretty hard to have a low dollar compared to the US. So. But I think there was one time, or maybe it was 2008, where we got pretty close to the American dollar, and all the farmers and everyone was like, they were struggling because of that, because the export cost was basically the same.
Okay. Yeah, like yeah.
But now I think we export. Our main exporter is China. I don't really know what their,
Yeah, the issue
what their export rate is.
Yeah, the issue is that when it comes to the dollar amount, it doesn't translate very well into everyday life. If you're selling something and you've got a dollar that's rising in value, that doesn't. Like, just say the New Zealand dollar went from $1 to $2. Just say the New Zealand dollar became on par with the American dollar. The New Zealand dollar, that wouldn't translate very well to your everyday.
No, that would be terrible. That would be absolutely terrible.
Yeah, that wouldn't translate very well.
Unless you want a holiday in America.
Yeah,
it's all swings and roundabouts, guys, because if you import cars and your dollar goes up, car price comes down. So anyone who's got stock is going to get off. When your dollar goes down, the car price go up. Piggy Muldoon ran a real heavy GST many years ago, and consequently cars cost a lot more, so people repaired their cars. So although car sales went down, car service and repair went up. So it is really swings and roundabouts. Exporters, importers are always going to bitch one way or the other about the dollar. So you can't keep everyone happy all the
time. When it came to when it came to the whole thing that I was getting on, because the price doesn't, like, when the price fluctuates, that actually impacts the amount that I get each month, because a lot of my income is dependent on the price of the New Zealand dollar relative to the US dollar. So if the price of the New Zealand dollar goes up, I actually get less, and if the price of the New Zealand dollar goes down, I actually get more, because Patreon, that's the way that things work there. And so it can be a little bit annoying when the price of the New Zealand dollar goes up, so I'm getting less, and it's like, okay, I need to pay this much, and sure, the tax kind of evens it out a little bit, but it does get annoying sometimes, especially when it changes, especially when the amount that you get changes by about $50 in a month. That's when it gets annoying.
So your benefit goes up and down depending on the exchange rate. Is that what you're saying?
Well, it's better for me if the exchange rate gives me a lot of money, and I can think that the
Are you talking about Patreon though?
Yes.
Specifically.
Well, that's how it applies to me. It probably applies to people like farmers because if the New Zealand dollar is worth more, the supermarkets don't really lower their prices, so the cost of living will stay the same. The difference is that if you want to import, and New Zealand doesn't, I don't think New Zealand relies too heavily on imports, then the price will change. And when it comes, the reason why the supermarkets...
it's complicated. I'm no expert in it.
Yeah.
But I know it's complicated, but...
Yeah. And the reason why the supermarkets don't change their price when it comes to the New Zealand dollar doing well is because most people don't have different amounts of... the wage doesn't change with the dollar value. So the supermarkets will still be paying the same wage. Sure, import might be cheaper, but they've still got to pay their workers the same, and the workers won't notice a difference if the New Zealand dollar goes up and down. Like, the economy is for rich people. Rich people benefit from a good economy.
It is. Regular in New Zealand, it is.
Regular people, people that rely heavily on exports, basically from getting money. People that rely on income from overseas, they don't benefit from their dollar doing well. It's the rich people.
Well, I know, like in I work in construction. I'm a crane operator. And I know if I go to Australia, the wage is doubles basically.
Yeah.
Well, it's actually 250%. If you take into the fact, if you compare the Aussie dollar, say I earn 40 over here, basically it's 60 to 70 Australian dollars per hour. And the way they do that is because they have their union is so strong, and they can just say, well, you don't pay us, we're not going to work. And then there's no cranes, there's nothing's going to get brought off the ships, no trucks are going to get loaded. So in New Zealand they don't have that. It's just yeah, I mean, it obviously works because Australia does it.
Yeah.
And
what you're saying there is dead right, because I've worked construction as well. The only problem is they casual now. And a good example of the casualisation, Coles and Woolies employ 40,000 people, but that's our supermarket chains, if you don't know, Coles and Woolworths. They employ 40,000 people Australia-wide. They only employ them all for 25 hours a week. So it's technically only 25-ish thousand jobs that are being cut. So you're casualised, and in construction it goes through agencies too now, which is a bit tricky. They're trying to kill union power. The way our government works is they want a surplus. It's like having $5,000 in the bank, but your house is in squalor. A surplus is good if you generate it, but you don't cut everything to get the surplus. It's like, you're sick and you need healthcare. Well, I'm not going to go to the doctor. It's eventually going to catch up on you. We're in a technically bad economic situation here in Australia. We can't go anywhere. We're sort of snagged into this surplus fact.
One of the things that I got to say though is Gary Wabinga.
Back.
Yeah, he's back. So Gary, seeing as you're back, do you mind explaining this? Because I can bring up Blender again. Because as I said, perspective does cause these bridges to appear a lot thinner, right? But it doesn't cause things to appear to curve. This here, if I just bring up OBS again, and I bring up the screen. Okay, this here will, when you've got not a lot of zoom, you see these things appear to be appear pretty normal. But when I zoom up on it, when I zoom up on it, they get thinner and thinner and thinner the further along you zoom. Whereas these ones seem pretty wide. Go further down, you zoom. No curvature effects happening. So And Sean says, right, the hand is in in Discord server debating with people. Okay. I don't particularly care about Right Day Hand. He's probably... Oh, I think that, he might be a Poe. He might... At best, he's an angry little boy.
Is that the guy with the mustache? No?
There's a couple of guys with the with the mustache.
I mean, like, the curly mustache.
Oh, the curly...
He's well known for it.
The curly mustache...
Is that a completely different dude?
The curly mustache is...
You know the guy that's...
Yeah, that's Red Pill Philosophy.
Oh, God, I hate that dude.
Yeah. So, Gerry, how do you explain this? If I turn off the display capture, how do you explain this curvature that you are seeing? The obvious curvature. Please.
Well, I'll play devil's advocate. I'm Gerry. I'll fill it in for Gerry. The computer is a simulation. It doesn't represent reality. There you go. How are you gonna explain that away?
So are you talking about the Blender?
Your computer model doesn't represent reality. Come on, show me something real.
So you're talking about
it's CGI.
Because Blender is based on reality, showing the
just
effects
like the satellites.
The Blender is showing exactly what you should see in reality. The photo that you're seeing is what happens in reality. The difference between the thing in Blender that's happening is that in Blender you get flatness. In the reality, you get a curve. Gerry says the problem is it's a very small tint considering the size the Earth is supposed to be. LOL. Actually, no. How much curvature do you think there should be? That's the question. Oh wait, I've clouds going towards every direction.
Always more than what you can see. That's the answer.
Hey, Planet Walk, I guess you've been told your debate guy is sitting on the Daily Boom and he's been sitting there for the last 3 hours. Did you know that?
Oh, is it what's his face?
Round of applause. A round of applause. He's been sitting there for the last 3 hours and he's making excuses not to come and debate you.
Okay.
All kinds of different excuses. We're trying to get him to come over, but he won't.
What excuses is he making?
I don't know. He's not making any excuses. He basically tried to deflect it and said, well, why don't you debate me then? Why don't you debate? So I don't want to debate you. And he says, oh, you're making excuses now. I said, I'm not making excuses. I didn't arrange a debate. Yeah, but everybody's calling him for being a bitch, mate. And he's been sitting there for 3 hours. He's been sitting there for Planet Walk. 3 hours.
So is the daily... Is that a...
Yeah, it's Jose's one. It's called the Daily Boom. Hang on, I'll send you the invite link if I can.
Okay, yeah, send me the invite. Like, I'll debate him. I'll kick all of you motherfuckers out and debate him for like 45 minutes.
Yeah, no problem. But he's just deflecting. Hang on, I'll be back in a minute. I'll see if I can get the invite link.
Why isn't... Because I'd like to see... The gross distortion...
See, this is the problem. You see Gary's got a long line of telephone poles ahead of me, getting smaller and smaller. It's like, well, yeah, you standing on the ground, basically on a road, looking down the line. Of course. Yeah, this is the problem with flat earthers.
The thing is... The difference between this and what we should see if the Earth is flat is here we have it curving, right? With perspective, you just get a straight line. So with
the reason we... sorry.
What are you going to say?
The reason we have flat earthers is to give Scientologists someone to laugh at. Is that Gerry?
It's exactly
no one
correct.
cares about Scientology anymore.
Scientologists point and laugh.
Apparently Gerry is driving and he can't can hardly see what you have on the screen right now. Well, maybe you can go back and have a look at the Blender thing that I put up, because...
Or maybe he can get off his phone while he's driving.
Yeah, get off your... Yeah, that's a good idea. Get off your phone while you're driving.
Priorities right. I'm driving, and this debate is too important. I haven't looked at the road in like 10 minutes.
You know, as...
When he says driving, he's in someone's car boot and he's being abducted. That's what driving means from a flat earther.
Yeah. Or his mum's taking him down to the shop.
Okay. Oh, I think I have a link from Casual Spaceman. There we go. Daily Boom. Let's bring over the thing. Let's see what... let me bring things up. What is... There we go, display capture. Okay. Okay, so a round of applause is saying he just wants to be able to mute me. Here's the thing. It's not that I want to mute you, right? Because I don't want to be able to mute you. The issue is that if I go to the Daily Boom voice chat, there's a shitload of people that can talk over each other. I prefer to go things, like, I prefer to have one moderator and, minimal people. So yeah, you are bitch made. If you're not willing to come into my voice chat, where you can't, here's what you can do in my voice chat. You can speak. I can ask you questions. Should I just join the Daily Boom voice chat? Oh wait, what the hell? Why did it disconnect me? Huh.
Yeah, mate, is what really happens in your thinking capacity.
Okay.
Computer simulations are not.
Okay, so I just realised I was disconnected. So what I might do is I might hop over to the Daily Boom, and what I'll do is when I'm there, I'll Okay, so Sean's going to mod for me. No one will talk. We're going to go 40 minutes, and we're going to do this. All right. So here we go.
Hey, Planet Walk. Yeah, hey, Planet Walk. I'm gonna make sure everyone knows this right now. Everyone, he's here. Everyone, mute yourselves so Planet Walk and Right to Hand can talk only. Thank you.
Worries. Organized Discord. How you
All
doing,
the best, Planet Walk.
What up, man? Sorry I missed you.
Okay, so are you actually Right the Hand, or?
I'm a round of applause.
Okay.
For Right the Hand.
Yeah, right. Planet, that it is.
Okay. Because you seemed a little bit different. So, what we were talking about earlier was on Discord was.
Oh, hold on. Before we get into that, can I ask you one thing?
Yeah, sure.
If the Bigfoot was real, do you think a man could kill it?
I have no idea. Probably. Depends how...
Me? No, I think so too. Yeah, I think somebody... if the Bigfoot was real, I definitely think we could kill it. So that's all I wanted to know.
Okay.
Alright, you were saying? Sorry.
So, yeah, earlier, and I'm just going to set a few things. There we go. So, earlier on Discord, we were talking about I was talking about inductive reasoning, abductive reasoning, being able to show that water can stick to a ball on a globe. My idea was I was going to go through that with you. So, essentially, there's a whole lot of different experiments that you can do that when you compile them, it becomes pretty obvious that water can stick to a ball. So the first thing that I need to ask you is, what is the best way to describe the shape of water? Because if we don't agree on that, then we can't get anywhere.
I would say water doesn't have a shape until it takes on its container.
Okay, so that in a way can be true, but that's only true for water within a container. What if I have water that is... what if I pour a whole lot of water on this desk here, right? And the top of the desk is flat. What shape would it take on then?
I would say it'd be like half a oval type thing. You know what I mean? Like a dome. It'd almost make a dome structure. Half a bubble.
Yep. So there is actually a good way to be able to describe the shape of water in this fashion. So the shape of water there would be essentially, it would conform to all the forces acting upon it. Do you agree or disagree with that?
I disagree, because you made a whole bunch of assumptions there that there's some sort of force acting on the water. Like, we just see the water doing what it does. I don't want to get into the rabbit hole of why it's doing what it does, because maybe it's God making water do what it does. Okay, that could be an explanation. So there are different forces acting upon it. Some things we can measure for, like surface tension would be one of them. So, for example, is that a force?
Yes, it's...
I don't think surface tension is a force. I think it's like the resistance of water, and resistance isn't a force. Like, you can't use surface tension to power or to apply pressure.
Resistance is a force, though. Essentially, resistance is... like, if I am holding something in my hand, there's a force pushing down on my hand, but then there's also a force that's repelling what I have in my hand, acting as a counterforce.
Okay, so I know you just assumed gravity there, and before we go on,
no, I'm just saying.
Can that you apply? Force. Well, this is where we're going. So you think there is a force pull? So you have your hand out holding a ball, and you let it go. You think there's a force pulling it down?
Yes, there is a force acting on it to move it downwards.
Okay. Can you have a force without a physical connection to transfer energy?
Yes.
Can you explain or demonstrate or show me an example?
Magnets.
Okay, so you're going to say that a magnet uses no physical connection. It just uses some sort of magic mechanism to lift metal?
There is a force there that when the magnets get close enough, they will be attracted to each other via a force. Do you disagree?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that force is... I agree, but that doesn't mean that force is created by a non-physical means. Because what I'm saying is that if you're at the junkyard, and I've said this before, and you have a magnet and it lifts a car, there must be, at least I'm going to argue, that there must be some physical mechanism that connects the magnet to the car to move the car. A car can't move with nothing, with no establishment of connection to anything, and just move. Would you qualify that as magic?
Yeah, well, we can establish that any force is created by something. You know, like for example, magnetism would have a magnetic field. Gravity has a gravitational field.
Yeah, but a magnetic field is not a physical field, right? You can't have a field is a description term for objects. You know what I'm saying? Like you have a field of wheat.
I mean, so are we? Okay, so if we're describing a field as not a physical thing, then your argument is defeated, because magnets produce a magnetic field which causes things to move.
But that doesn't mean they're not physical, just because you can't see it.
What do you mean by that?
Okay, so we need to define physical first, and what it means to have existence in reality.
Okay.
Now, would you agree with me that the main reason that the only reason that Santa Claus is fake is that because he doesn't exist in matter in reality?
That's one way we could put it.
Okay, so then you're comparing a magnetic field to Santa Claus.
How?
No,
How am I
you
comparing?
did that.
Oh, no, don't jump in and save him, please. This is me and Planor. Didn't you just say that a magnetic field has no physicality and Santa Claus has no physical nature, and that's what makes Santa Claus fake and a figment of our imaginations? So the thing that makes Santa Claus fake and a figment of our imaginations, him having no physical matter or structure to comprise him, is the same thing that you're saying a magnetic field is made.
Well, the difference is that a magnetic field is a field, right? And we can observe the effects of the magnetic field, right? Whereas
then it must be physical.
Not well, that depends how we're defining physical. Can you please define?
Okay,
physical?
well then, didn't we just do that? I thought it was matter in reality, right? That's why Santa's not real, because he doesn't have matter in reality.
Well, matter is more down to not so much. So the difference between matter and a field is a field can influence matter, right? Matter is more of I know you don't believe in atoms, but it's more of particles and stuff like that.
A particle is defined as a small piece of matter.
Yeah, we could.
Okay, so that's still matter, though. That's the definition. Do you want to change the word of particle?
No, I'm good. So the difference between if you've got a field, right? A field, by definition, is not matter.
Yeah, that's right. You have a field of a matter object, just like wave. You have a wave of a matter object.
What is this? If you have a field, it's not matter. It can influence matter, but a field itself is not matter.
No, a field is a description term like wave. You can't just have a wave. You need something physical to comprise the wave. Just like a field. You can't have a field of nothing. That would be nothing. You need a field of something physical to comprise the field.
So you're saying that magnetic fields are made of matter?
I'm not... bro, hold on. You jumped ahead. Do you agree with what I didn't even talk about magnetic field. I'm talking about to exist in reality. Like, can we agree on that?
What?
Can we agree that to exist in reality, you have to have some kind of physical matter?
Not necessarily.
Okay, so can Santa Claus, who doesn't have any physical matter, influence a car at a junkyard?
So when it comes... So you're trying to take something that... you're trying to compare the macroscopic to the microscopic. So fields are generally more on the microscopic, right? So Santa is on the macroscopic, and we can... When we're looking at the macroscopic, we can say that if it isn't made of matter, then it probably doesn't exist. So, for example, the Santa Claus idea, Santa Claus, can't influence a car at the junkyard because he doesn't exist on any sort of level. There's not even a Santa Claus field that exists, right? So,
but there's presents under the tree. I see presents under the tree. That's an effect. Like in a magnetic field is an effect, and you're trying to explain that effect with Santa, aka something non-physical. That's what I take contention with. Your explanation that a magnet is using a non-physical connection, which is not a connection, to lift or move objects, which then means that you're transferring force through nothing.
It's not transferring force through nothing, it's transferring force through a field, a magnetic field.
But a field of what? A field can't be made out of nothing. That's nothing. Field is do you agree with me that field is a description term when we say, I'm going to go outside into the field of grass? And if you remove the grass, you wouldn't have a field. It would then be a field of dirt. And if you remove the dirt, you'd have a field of bedrock. And if you remove the bedrock, you know what I'm saying? Like, you have to have a physical thing to have a field of. You can't just say a field of magnetism.
So, essentially, if you want to think of the physical thing would be magnetism itself. Like, it's very hard to wrap your head around it because we exist in a universe full of matter, right? Like, we observe.
Could a supernatural explanation be more plausible than trying to logically turn a non-physical connection into a movement?
Actually, I just noticed a few people are saying a field is made of energy, so that would be the...
Okay, so what is energy? Can energy? If I'm going to state this, and this is, I actually took this from a PhD scientist, or he's doing stuff. So this is not mine. Energy is a property of matter, so you can't have energy without matter to store that energy.
I'd disagree.
Okay, so show me again. Now you're going to say light is a non-physical thing that transfers energy. And look, you're trying to say that I can hit you in the face without my fist. Like, you can't transfer energy without a medium to transfer that energy from one thing to another. You're talking magic, man.
So the medium that the energy is transferred through is fields.
But a field is a description term, not an actual thing. You can't have I can't say this enough. You can't have a field without a physical structure. Do we agree on?
So, depending what the physical structure is.
So now we go to the definition of physicality, and I use the Santa Claus example. And this is why I use Santa Claus, because the reason he is Santa Claus and fictional is the lack of physicality.
The issue that you're running into here is you're trying to describe things like Santa Claus, which is more of Santa Claus when you boil it down is more of a concept. We can say that concepts exist, but that's more philosophy rather than trying to argue actual things. When it comes to things like fields, I can demonstrate that there has to be something that is pulling these magnets together. Otherwise, they wouldn't be pulled together.
That's my point. I agree. There must be something. Something. Look at the definition of thing.
And that thing is best described as a field. I don't see a hand reaching out and grabbing these two magnets to pull them together.
I don't see air. That doesn't mean it's not real. I breathe it in. Okay, seeing the effects doesn't prove it's non-physical.
So the field, right, the magnetic field, we can measure the magnetic field. It pulls these it appears to pull these magnets together, and that is the thing which...
Can't you just say you don't know why the magnets attract each other, instead of making up a field of nothing?
Well, do you have a better explanation for why they're pulling each other together?
Okay, so first, one, yes, and two, is that what establishes the credibility of an explanation? Is if there's another one ready on deck?
So... essentially, what we use is we use the best possible explanation that we have. If there is, you could find problems with the current explanation, right, and would go, these might be issues with the current explanation. We've had this for ages, for example, there's been things like the properties of light. We've had issues with it, and people are still trying to work out, okay, how does light... what is all the properties of light? And we've changed the way that we've thought about light. We used to think that light was definitely a wave or definitely a particle, and eventually we've come to a point where we're trying to figure out, okay, what is light? We're not going to abandon all that we've got so far just because we have issues with it. We'll try and... What's that?
The thing is, you don't have anything. So when you say particle wave duality, right? That's an explanation. Okay, you're like, oh, I explained it. That explanation is just as bad as me saying God, because a wave, just like a field, needs physical structure to comprise it. You can't have a wave of nothing. So, and this is the problem with science and explanations. An explanation cannot have a single flaw. Okay, because it's not a demonstration.
I disagree with you there.
Okay, so this is why can you have a flaw and be empirical?
Yes, that happens all the time.
Okay, so you've empirically proved, without a shadow of a doubt, 100% that there's a magnetic field that lifts a field of what? A field of energy you can't really explain. Okay. Can you explain the mechanism by which? Can you explain the mechanism by which a magnet lifts?
There's an issue there that you ran into. 100% empirically proved. Nothing is ever 100% proven. Ever.
Are you 100% sure about that?
I am 100% sure about that.
So you are 100% sure there has never been anything proven 100%?
Yes, I'm 100. Can you prove 100% that you exist, that you're not a brain in a vat?
Hold on. Let's say what you just said again. I'm going to, for the audience. You just said you cannot prove anything 100%, and you know this 100%.
Yes.
So didn't you just prove that you cannot know something 100%, thereby breaking your own paradox?
No. The thing is...
But you do know something 100%.
No, nobody knows anything 100%. The thing that we can do is make a best estimate of using the evidence.
Okay, so now you're saying you can't know something. You're not 100% sure that you can't know something 100%.
So the way that this goes, and this goes really deep into philosophy, is you can never know for sure that you aren't a brain in a vat. Even, some people may say that you can disprove something 100%. I would even disagree with that, because you'd be proving that would prove the non-existence of something, and that could be that thing that you've attempted to disprove actually does exist, and you're just not clued into it. What I say is you can be 99% sure of something, right? The issue is that you can never be 100% sure, because there could always be an explanation that exists that means that you're wrong, basically.
Would you agree that an explanation is nothing but a story you made up to try and explain an effect that you saw that you don't know why it happened?
No.
Okay, so when you watch a rock fall, right, you're telling me you can tell me why the rock is pulled to the ground just by watching the rock being pulled to the ground?
It takes a little more than just simply watching a rock fall. So essentially what you've got to do is you've got to think, okay, what you do is you go, okay, a rock falls to the ground, let's ask questions about it. So the first thing might be, what speed does it fall to the ground? And you notice that
is asking a question an empirical proof of why something happened?
Well, it's a good start to figure out why it happens. If you don't ask a question, how are you going to even know anything?
Well, by looking at it happen in reality. I know that rocks fall when I drop them. What more is there to gather from that?
The question that you want to ask might be, well, how fast does a rock fall?
Okay, that's not going to help us determine the cause or mechanical operation in which caused the rock to go from point A to point B. It's just going to quantify how fast it did it.
It can help.
No, it can't. It can do no. Yes, all it does is quantify. Okay, would you agree that math is a language just like words?
Yeah, I'd agree that math is a language. Doesn't mean that it's not useful.
Okay, I'm not saying it's not useful, but does language prove what happened or just describe what happened?
I'd say that it would describe what happened.
Okay, so if language is just describing what happens and math is a language, so then it can't prove anything, it just describes what happened.
I've never said that it proves anything. As I said, there's no such thing as 100% proof. You can give evidence for it.
Oh yeah, but there's no evidence. All you did was describe how fast the rock falls. That didn't. You're not proving why it's going down. You just proved how fast it's going down.
So what I was going to do is I was going to go get into experiments, right? So you could do an experiment where you drop the rock from different heights and find out that it's when you measure its speed near the ground, it actually seems to be moving at different rates from each time. So you could then use a bit of reasoning to work out, okay, it means that when you drop a rock from a different height, the rock falls at different rates. This would be, and then you can find out that it falls at different rates when it hits, by the time it hits the ground, it's at a different speed. You will find that, though, that it's at the same rate, the same distance that it's traveled. So if you have a camera underneath the rock at, just say, 5 meters from where you drop it from each different height, you'd see that it's the same. So then you'd be able to gather from that there's an acceleration there. Do you disagree?
No, I agree that, you proved that it was going at X rate, 15 feet per second, and it increased to 20 feet per second. But all that did is quantify the increase. You didn't prove why. Again, same thing.
You proved what you did there is you showed that there's an acceleration that's causing the rock to fall. Do you disagree with that?
No. Yeah, I do. All you proved with that was that the rock was falling at different rates during its travels. That's all you did. You didn't prove anything. You're just describing what happened. Remember, we just said
good evidence for an acceleration, though.
Yeah, but an acceleration is just a change in rate of descent. It's not proof of anything other than a change in rate of descent.
Yeah, so we showed that there's an acceleration there. You agree with that, right?
Yeah, I agree that the rock went from 15 feet per second to 20 feet per second and increased the longer it fell. Yeah, it's falling longer. Okay. Yeah, that only proved that the longer it falls, the faster it's going to fall.
Yeah, so we just found a good explanation. There's for the rock falling. There's an acceleration that causes the rock to fall. Do you disagree that that's a good?
No, the acceleration isn't causing the rock to fall. The acceleration is the result of the rock falling. The acceleration comes after the rock falling. Cause comes before.
Well, no. Acceleration. If a rock didn't fall, if a rock didn't accelerate, it wouldn't fall.
It could fall at a rate that doesn't increase. It could fall at 1 foot per second, 1 foot per second, and as it fell 10 feet, and after 100 feet, it could still be falling at 1 feet per second.
No,
again,
but
you're not proving anything. You're just quantifying how the rate at which it.
If I have a coin here, right, and I let it go, if it moves, it will accelerate. Do you disagree with that?
No, I agree that when you drop a solid or mostly solid object in the air, it will accelerate towards the ground.
Yeah.
Okay, you proved that when you drop something, it accelerates to the ground. You never proved why.
So
man, how many times do you want to go over this?
So if it falls, if an object falls, or if an object goes from rest to movement, then the acceleration causes that movement. Wouldn't you agree? Because otherwise it wouldn't move.
Yeah, but nothing is just sitting there and then just starts accelerating. That's not how things work. You got to have some kind of input of force of a physical structure to transfer energy to that physical structure so that you can have movement. This is basic.
So now here's where we get into more experiments. So when it comes to objects falling, for example, you might think, okay, well, why is there a force that seems to pull objects downwards, right?
Okay, well, hold on. Where did you get this force? We have things falling. You've just manifested something pulling that rock down. You don't have that yet. You just have the rock falling.
Okay, yeah, maybe I did get a bit too far ahead of you. So what you've got here is you've got... so a force is... so you know the equation for a force, right? F equals ma. F equals mass times acceleration. Do you disagree with that, or do you agree with that? Or
sorry, my Discord just crashed.
Okay, so what I was going to do is, so force can be described as mass times acceleration. So if there's an acceleration, there's a force there. If a force
see now I feel like you're jumping. You're like, yo, mass.
You cut out there.
I feel like mass, like you're just jumping to this mass and this force. Like, where did this come from? We have a rock falling.
Okay, so we can describe the rock falling by a force because there is an acceleration there. So force equals mass.
I disagree.
Okay.
I'm going to disagree that you're like, this is where I talk about like empirical. You're like, oh, we can't prove anything. Would you agree that the most empirical thing is a demonstration in reality?
Yeah, that would probably be the most empirical thing that you can try.
Okay, so would you agree with me that right now the most empirical thing we have, which we actually both agree on, is that when you drop a rock, it will fall, and not only will it fall, but it will also increasing its rate of descent the longer it falls to an extent.
Yes.
Okay, so Do you know why we both agree on that?
Because these things can be demonstrated within reality and,
Exactly. So, do you know why I disagree with you when you start manifesting but when you start saying, well, now we know that it's accelerating because of mass and because of force and that stuff? Do you see where I'm coming from? Because I never left that empirical zone where we both agreed and started coming up with an explanation. And this is why I'm trying to say that an explanation is just a story.
So the issue here is that we need certain ways to be able to describe things. Like we use the idea of a force to describe an object accelerating because we can measure the sorts of force, because something may accelerate at a certain rate, but because there's a different amount of mass there, you'll need different amounts of force to accelerate it at the same rate. So if
different objects fall at different speeds, I agree with you.
So if I want to push a ball along, if I push a really light ball along with a certain amount of force, it will move very fast. If I push a very heavy ball along with a certain amount of force, it will move a lot slower. And that's due to the amount of force. So any acceleration is due to a force.
Okay, but are you totally ignoring the picking up of the object?
The picking up of the object is a force.
Well, no, you picked it up with your hand. When we drop the rock, rocks don't just fall. They got to be placed above with some sort of energy input, and then when they fall, that's an energy output. This is another thing where it's like, oh.
But you used a force to pick the object up.
Yeah, you as the force. So the fact that it's falling is not like the Earth is pulling it. This is what I feel like you're trying to do. You're like, I picked it up, I dropped it. Now
you're jumping to gravity. I haven't brought up gravity yet. All I'm saying is that there's a force that appears to make the object move downwards. I haven't said what that force is. All I'm saying is that there is a force. Do you disagree with that?
I don't see it. I kind of disagree that there's a force, pushing or pulling that. The rock fell because I dropped it. Now, when you say force, if you're going to be there's the input of energy, force is described as the input of energy into matter. Yeah, I'd be the cause would be me picking it up. But when it starts coming into it moving from my hand to the ground, and
the force wouldn't be you picking it up. Sure, you do increase its gravitational potential energy, but the force is always there. There's always a 9.8 meters per second force.
Okay, but that's not proof of cause. And that's...
Yeah, it doesn't prove what the cause of the force is. There is a force there, but...
It doesn't prove the force. It just proves the rate at which something falls. Because this is what you do. You go from rate to acceleration to force to mass to gravity, and it's not empirical whatsoever. So I just will never agree with it, because I think that we could sit here and argue flat Earth in these points, but I think it should be noted how the only thing we agreed on is what was demonstrated in reality. So maybe we should start using demonstrations in reality as more of the empirical standard and not this speculation about why things happen.
Okay, so the issue that you get into if you just stick to demonstrations is that you need an explanation, because I can show something in reality and you would disagree with what it's showing. Like if I immediately jump to Cavendish, if I immediately jump to Cavendish, that's a demonstration in reality. You would disagree with what that is actually demonstrating.
Well, I would.
You cut out.
All right, so I agree. Okay, do you agree that Cavendish is balls hanging from strings on a torsion bar?
I agree that that's the setup of it.
Okay, now, do you agree that the torsion bar moves because of something?
Yeah, there is some force that is acting to cause the movement.
And see, there you go with the force again. You're like something, there's some kind of, because when you say force, and It's just it enacts some sort of magical connection, you know. Like when I think of force, I'm thinking, okay, force is something like I can squeeze with a force, or I hit something with a force. I don't think force is, you know, some non.
That's one way that you can describe things. Like I can describe a force as essentially a force is described as mass times acceleration, right? If there is an acceleration present, there is a Newtonian force present.
Yeah, but you're just describing, you're not demonstrating. See, and this is where it comes to, this is just like an explanation.
Okay.
You explain a rock falling with mass attracting mass and space-time bending. I just say the rock falls. And I don't ask why.
Well, that's your problem. You should ask why, because why...
Well, yeah, but if you ask why, you get into these debates of why. And you can never prove why, because you can't demonstrate the why. You can only demonstrate the effect.
So when it gets into things like a force, there's a reason why we need concepts such as force. Because in a way, you could say that force is a concept, right? And I would probably agree with you, but it doesn't make it any less real. Because if I push something with the same amount of force, right? So if I push a ball with the same amount of force as I push a lead ball, the acceleration is going to be different. The amount of movement is going to be different. The one thing that remains constant there is the amount of energy that's imparted. So we can say that energy imparted on an object makes it move, but then you've got the problem of, well, what about a weight on scales, right? How is there any energy being imparted there? There's not really any energy being imparted for objects at rest, but they're still experiencing a force. It's just that the forces are balanced, so the resulting acceleration is none.
Yeah, but still the problem with the problem for me, and I guess for a lot of flat earthers or just people who disagree with any of this stuff, is that the force is not, you're just using the word, you know. Yeah, I agree. Okay, if you want to say there's a force present, all right, great, there is, but that's you're not proving, like, you know, that it's from matter being large, you know, like, and it's okay, so something falls and does this, like, it's very, I feel like this, if science is supposed to be empirical, this is not very empirical, is what I'm saying.
So first we need to agree on the concepts. So if we agree on the concepts of, if there's a force present, if an object accelerates, there needs to be a force present. If we agree on that concept, then we can move on to the more empirical stuff. Do we agree on that concept?
No, well, can you? And force is defined as mass times acceleration, and mass is resistance to acceleration.
Yeah. So if an object changes its speed, then it's experiencing a force.
Nah, I disagree. I think if an object's changing its speed, you proved it's changing its speed. I'm not going to go into a rabbit hole of a force and what's a force, and look, that's why I live in the real world, man. And this is why I think science is just a religion. Science is a religion no different than Christianity, or trying to explain what it sees with explanations.
So the issue here is that by denying that a force exists, is that we move past the ability to do anything except for, say, that objects move. And
no, that's incorrect. I've built 5 structures.
You cut out.
I've built 5 structures with wood. 2 of them are in trees. I don't believe in gravity. So you don't need to know about these forces to get things done. You just need to see the effects of matter in reality. Like when I bang a nail into a piece of wood and it hangs from a tree, I don't need to know why it's hanging. I just need to know that it does. And I can start putting weight on that device and see how much it holds. And it can hold 50 pounds. And I don't need to know that, well, the atomic structure of iron will only allow, and then it starts breaking. I don't need to know any of that. That's all just explanations for effects.
You do realize that weight is a descriptor of a force, right?
No, weight is weight, bro. See, this is where you manifest your faith in gravity as a force and apply it to everything that happens. This is why you've said force 50, 60 times. Because force is a concept, and you're trying to turn a concept into reality, because when a rock falls, there must be a force, which is a concept, which must mean gravity.
And the force of what? And the force of what? The center of the Earth's mass, or the medium?
Hey, Livenberg, they're doing a 1-on-1 right now.
Oh shoot, my bad. Sorry.
No, my apologies. I tried to get that into the chat before when you came in. I'm sorry.
Okay, so
what up, Lemon?
When it comes to,
but do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're trying to say, but the problem is that if we don't, so as I said earlier, force is more of a concept rather than something physical. We can measure forces, right?
Okay, hold on. Will you agree that when you say force, what you actually in the real world are talking about is the acceleration difference?
So, not just the acceleration difference. It has to do with mass as well.
Okay, but all right. So, hon, can you clarify? Because when you were saying force, all right. So there must be mass or matter and the acceleration.
Yeah. So there must be. So the more mass you have, the more force is present. The more acceleration you have, the more force is present. Mass times acceleration.
Okay. Okay. So, and when you say because mass times acceleration is a concept to describe what happens in reality. Do we agree?
Yeah.
Okay, so mass times those formulas, those are concepts. Just like force is a concept term to describe the mass, again, which is another concept term to describe the physical structure in reality, right? So what you're doing, you not see how you have this line of concepts, which is force, mass, time, and then what you actually have is the rock falling. And then I stick with all the empirical data, which is the rock falling, and you're working in the concepts.
The issue, though, is that if you don't move into any of the concepts, you can't get anywhere except for saying, "Oh, the rock is falling," because that's all you can do.
What's wrong with?
Because we could.
Do you think there's no limit to the knowledge of what a human can know? Do you think a man can know what the sun works and how I mean, I know you'll say that we do, but I'm just saying, do you believe that there's a limit to what man can know? Or do you think eventually we will have this world figured out, we will have created life, we will have evolved an algae into a mouse? Is that what you think? Or do you think there's just some things that we might never know?
So the thing is, when it comes to knowledge, there is probably a limit. You probably can't go and say, there's probably some things that we can never know. In fact, there's a saying that the more you know, the less you know. Or the more you know, the less you realize that, the more you know, the more you realize you don't know that a lot of things. Or something like that. I can't remember the exact quotation, but...
I get you.
Yeah.
I hear it. Yeah, and so that's like... So what would you... how would you describe something as being known? And this is where I'd like to come back to, and what we agreed on, the most empirical thing is a demonstration in reality. And I'll only say I know something is if I've seen it empirically demonstrated in reality, because that's knowing. Everything else after that is deductions and, stories.
So getting back to the force thing, we do need concepts to communicate basically what's happening in reality. Like if I tell you that, if I say, nail a thing into this bit of wood, going to your wood example, right? If I say nail this in, and you pick up a screw and try to nail that in, right? Because you think that a screw is just another nail, then we have an issue with these concepts that we're using. The concept of screw.
No, that's me having an issue with definitions of words.
And that's exactly what we're having an issue with right now.
How is that?
Because you are disagreeing that whenever there is an acceleration present, there is a force present.
Give me 1 sec. Sorry, give me 1 sec.
Yeah, I'll just have to try and not let there be too much dead air.
Sorry, I gotta leave in 20 minutes.
Okay. That works.
All right, no, so this is why I think definitions of words, so when this is why what I'm saying is when you say force, right, or when you say nail, or when you say screw or wood, all of these, they're only real when they translate. They're only real when they translate to reality.
Yes.
So, like, when you say force, that's not, it never really translates into reality because the only reality will be an object falling.
But it does translate into reality. Like, I can demonstrate how a force. I can demonstrate how if I push a ball that's light, it will travel a lot further with the same amount of force than if I were to push a ball that's heavy. That's
okay. This is where, like, it'll be a stickler. Like, did you demonstrate a force, or did you demonstrate you pushing two different sized balls and them going two different distances?
I did demonstrate a force, but I also demonstrated what you're saying. That's how we...
Isn't a force a concept? How do you demonstrate a concept?
You demonstrate that the concept holds.
No, you demonstrate the balls rolling, and then you manifest the concept to explain it. You see what I'm saying?
You still
you can't demonstrate a concept.
So you're still demonstrating that the concept holds, because if I go ahead and say, if I go ahead and push a ball, right, and I say the concept is that the smaller, the way that the concept is, the way that we demonstrate this concept is by the ball, this ball that is lighter will move further, and the ball that is heavier will move. So that's demonstrating the concept, is it not?
No, that's not you can't. I just said it. You can't demonstrate a concept. You demonstrate the balls moving, and now your explanation is a concept. That's the.
What?
I'll say it again because it's. Yeah, okay. So since a concept is not you can't demonstrate a concept because it's just an idea that trying to explain reality. So when you roll the balls, you only demonstrated the balls rolling. The force, which is a concept, is an explanation of why the balls rolled.
So, in a way, yeah, you're right. So the
okay, exactly, and there we go.
Hold up.
There we go.
Let me finish. So the concept, yeah, there is a way to describe what's happening. Now we need these descriptors because if we don't have descriptors of what happens, we cannot move past anything except for balls rolling, right? We need these.
What do you again? Like yeah, okay, I can. I'm not going to agree that you have to have the word force. Like you could, if you remove the word force and the only words in our dictionary were pushing ball with hands, rolling floor, the same concepts would be able to get across. Like you don't need that term
Not really.
force. Like
because
I disagree.
Because one of the things that we need to be able to do is we need to be able to measure stuff. If we can't measure stuff, then we can't get precision.
Okay, but you don't need the word force to measure how fast the ball rolls. You just need a stopwatch and a measuring tape.
The issue there is that we are limited in our communication. We can say, it moves at a speed of this per second squared or something. But the issue is that there is a difference between something moving at a speed and there's a difference between something moving at an acceleratory speed or at an acceleration. So if something's moving at a speed, it's a linear constant speed. If something's accelerating, then it's changing its speed as it goes.
Okay, well, I agree, but you don't need force for any of those. You can say that something is staying at a static or constant speed, or that something is slowly accelerating. You don't need to make up a concept, because this is, I'm telling you, this is what you're doing. You're making up the concept of force so that you can reify into reality gravity that is around that concept as an explanation for what you see.
So
like, this is...
So the reason... So force is pretty useful, even if gravity didn't exist, force would still be useful because force takes into account the amount of mass something has. So if an object's just say we've got an object moving at a constant speed that has a lot more mass than a second object which is moving at a constant speed, but when it collides with something, they both exert the same amount of force. The object that's moving, the lighter object would have to have less. Would have to have more speed to be able to So if it just say it has half the mass, it would have to have double the speed to exert the same amount of force. And there's times in which this comes in very, very useful.
Yeah, but these are just description words. Like, you're just describing what is happening. You're not giving any empirical evidence towards the cause, which is what you're going to try and do when you turn gravity and when you turn a force into gravity, which is a description of what's happening, or it's the cause of what's happening. When all you have is the description of the effects.
Well, so if an object moves, we need to have a description of what's happening. Because if we don't,
Object moved. You did. Object moved.
The issue is that if you've got, just say, an object that moves and it has a huge mass, right? Just say we've got a two-ton object that's moving. Do you think that a 2-ton object is moving in the same way that a 2 kg object is moving? Or do you think that there are different variables that take things into account? Do you think that if I try and push an object that's 2 tons and I'm moving it, do you think that's going to accelerate at the same rate that an object that's 2 kgs will accelerate if I push it in the same way?
Okay, I'm going to give you 2 answers. One, the cop-out answer would be what I think doesn't matter. Okay? It's not going to affect what happens. And the actual answer that I'll give you is that the only way you would know any of the different effects between the 2K object and the 2-ton object or whatever would be to actually test it in reality and see what happens. So when you say it all comes down and back to the demonstration in reality, which you're going to witness and then use words to describe.
Yes, and we need to use words to describe it. Otherwise, we can't go beyond these. We can't go into other things. So if I have a...
Yeah, I know. We can't get into gravity being a force if we don't create this word force. But I don't want to do that. I'm perfectly content to sit with what I know empirically that can be demonstrated, and I don't need to ponder and pontificate on the explanation of why a rock falls. Because one, I'm of the camp that you can't tell why a rock falls just from timing it fall, and 2, the cause of events are, I could care less why a nail goes through wood when I hammer it because of molecular structure. It doesn't matter. The only thing that will ever matter is that it does happen and how it happens, not why.
But so it depends on. So this actually goes back to something that I actually talked about earlier. It depends on what you're trying to do. You know, if you are just trying to build a house, maybe having a little knowledge of structures and how they react to different things might help. But if you want to create a rocket, for example, you need to know about forces.
No, bro. I've shot a 2-liter bottle into. All I did was pressurize it. Right? I didn't need to know why. See, and again, this is why it's a religion of knowledge. You have this religion that you can know everything,
let me
and you got to explain everything.
What does it mean to pressurize something?
To me, it would be to increase the amount of matter inside a sealed container.
So a way that you could say, so couldn't you just describe that with increase the amount of matter inside a sealed container?
Sure.
So you don't need to use the word pressurized, do you?
No, you could. Because I'm just trying to describe. Because I'm using a word to describe reality. Now I could use pressurized.
That's exactly what I've been doing this whole time. I'm using a word to describe reality.
But here's the thing.
I'm using the word force to describe reality.
No, you're quantifying a concept into reality. So the word that you can use force, you can use pressure of the hand to push. It doesn't matter. The only thing that actually happened was in reality. So you can say the pressure increased inside of the jar. Now, you have a totally different reason for why pressure increases than I do, right?
Because I could, because here's the thing, right? I could heat up something and that would increase the pressure inside of it.
Yeah, okay, I can heat something up too, but we can both heat things up, but we both have different explanations for why they heat up. So that's why it's not empirical, the why. Look, man, and this is where part of part of the whole thing is, if the Earth really was, if all of this stuff was what you said, there would be no debate. Because me and you, we didn't spend 1 second debating whether that rock falls or not. Because we know, both of us know it's going to fall because we witnessed it in reality. The only debates we have ever had is when we try and explain what we witnessed.
Yeah, so the thing that you've got here is, and yeah, I do agree that there's certain things that we can witness, but there's other things that we can witness. Like, for example, the whole thing with the Cavendish. We can both witness what's going on there, but we would both have different. We would actually, would agree on exactly what we see. We see the balls moving.
The cause. No, we would disagree on the cause, right?
Yeah. And
what is cause? It's the explanation part, which is the non-empirical part. So you don't find it funny that the only thing that flat and ball earthers disagree on is the non-empirical things? Nobody disagrees that we can't see.
We do disagree on the empirical things, but then that comes down to solipsism. Like, if I'll say that we can see Earth. We can see boats going over the horizon. That's an empirical thing that we do. We do. I see a boat,
but when a boat does disappear, I agree. Like, we both see that. Everybody sees a boat disappear from the beach. And if you say you don't see a boat disappear from the beach, you're a liar, because we all know that's true. But here's the thing, Planet Walk. What do we disagree on? Why it disappears. And the why is not in reality. The why is just in your mind. So when you start thinking about the ball Earth model, all it is an explanation. So it exists only in your mind as an explanation for what you see. It doesn't exist in reality.
So this gets hard. This is getting hardcore into philosophy. So it depends.
Yeah, that's why you should read the philosophy of science, man, if you're not into it.
So essentially,
so I'm telling you, science is a religion. It's a philosophy. It is not an empirical.
Science has.
It's not an empirical method.
So science has roots.
It's a religious belief.
I disagree. Science does have roots in philosophy, but we basically need philosophy to work out, okay, how do we know something's happening, right? So when it comes to seeing something, how do you know that those balls are actually moving towards each other?
Yeah, no, I mean, like, look, you have to set a standard for what is real. And I set that standard, like I said, as the physical demonstration in reality. Now, but part of the problem with Cavendish is that you'll say mass attracts mass, and I can have my car, and I can put a little golf ball next to it, and the golf ball won't roll. It'll just sit there. So I'll be like, look, here's mass not attracting mass. Then I'll take my salt and pepper shaker. I can show you 100,000 examples of mass not attracting mass, and you have, at best, this one quasi-apparatus that doesn't work all the time.
So what I want to get to, because there's something very telling that you said earlier, right? And that was you'd disagree of an Earth. You'd disagree that the reason why the boat is disappearing over the horizon is because of the Earth being curved, even though you're seeing a boat lowering. Are you not seeing? Is that boat not lowering, or?
The boat appears to shrink and get smaller. It looks a certain way. I will agree it looks a certain way. I'm not going to say why. All of the disagreements are on the why.
So in this case, we can. Are you saying that we can never trust anything we see?
No, you can. You trust what you see, but only at the face value. Like, you see a boat disappear, You see a rock fall, a rock falls. You don't get more from it.
So if I see a boat disappear over the horizon, the face value is that's sinking below the horizon. There's something obstructing it.
See, now you know it's not empirical because we disagree.
Well, I'm literally
seeing... in my world, it's just getting smaller as it gets further away, and I can't see the bottom. Like, I don't say I can't see the bottom because the Earth is a curve and blocking it and obstructing it. I just say I can't see the bottom. But we agree that we can't see the bottom, and the only time we're going to disagree is when you start trying to explain why you can't see the bottom. And then I'm going to be like, stop, I don't want to hear it.
But I'm literally seeing something obstructing that boat.
No, you're literally not seeing the boat. So why you don't see it, hey, you don't know.
But I'm seeing it. You're
not seeing it.
Well, yeah, I'm not seeing the boat, but
yeah.
But
exactly. Not seeing the boat isn't seeing the curve.
So I'm seeing half of the boat, right? And we can
Yes,
both agree
I agree.
that something is obstructing it because we only see half the boat, right?
No. I only agree we can see half the boat. I don't know why we can't see half the boat. Maybe it's because of some atmospheric condition, or it's because of how things start getting smaller in angular size. I don't know. Maybe it's perspective. And again, this is why I don't really want to do the argument on the why. Why is a faith. But why do you think there's a nonstop debate over the why and it never gets resolved? Because it's not empirical.
But this is empirical. We can go out to the beach and we can see half the boat is gone.
Yes, half the boat is gone.
We can
Don't
see
tell
that
me why.
something's obstructing it. We can see
No,
water.
you can't. You just can't see the boat.
We can see that the water is obstructing the boat.
No, you just can't see the boat.
We see boat. Like if I've got something, like if I go down from the top of the boat, I can see boat, water. There's something obstructing that boat, and that something is water. At face value, that is what we are seeing.
You just can't see the boat. You just can't see the boat, and this is why. Like, look, and this is how you know something's not empirical is when somebody doesn't agree on. And you're gonna be like, oh well, you're just not agreeing. No, because this is the same thing every person who is in the camp that doesn't believe you do is going to say. Just because we see it disappear like X doesn't mean it's disappearing because of the reason you say. And I'm telling you, man, you just got to start seeing how every disagreement comes from the faith and the explanation for what you see, not in actually what you see.
Okay, so let me see if we can try and work this out. If I have a ball, right, and I put that ball I put half the ball behind the table, would you disagree that that ball is being obstructed by a table?
Yeah, in that case, when I can see and do a 360 around the ball and see what's going on, but when a boat goes off into the distance, you can say, oh, it's being obstructed. But then I can fly like right above the waterline, not feel like I'm dipping and curving and see it come back. Like, so it just, to me, it just got further away and you can't see it.
Yes.
It doesn't prove why.
Well, you can see that it was obstructed. Like if you fly over to the boat, you'll see. Oh, we can see all the boat now. If you go back to the shoreline, we can only see half the boat. If you raise
Planner, Planner, be honest, man. Do you ever think you're going to convince me that the Earth is curved because I can't see a boat?
I don't think that you want to be convinced, so that's why
I don't want to be anything, right? That's why I'm like, I'm not even, I'm not screaming, like, I don't care anymore. I'm like, look, you believe what you want to believe. It is what it is. But the thing is, I'm just going to try and present, like, in my mind, why you believe what you do. And I'm like, look, I believe what I do because of empirical evidence that I can demonstrate. You believe what you do because of an explanation and why something happens.
So the thing is that I can demonstrate that something is obstructing the boat, because if you see a boat that's you can only see half of, you can only see the top half of the boat, right? I can do a little bit of 360. Sure, I might be limited in my 360, but I can do a little bit. I can raise my viewing angle and see, I can see more of the boat, which is consistent with it being obstructed. If I lower my viewing angle, I can see
consistent is just that you get effects which match your explanation, and since you started with the effect and made your explanation match the effect, it's no surprise that it matches.
But if I have that ball that's being obstructed by the table, the only way that you can verify that it's actually being obstructed is by making observations that are consistent with obstruction. Do you disagree with that?
Yeah, because you would have to observe the actual obstruction. And when you look at a boat in the horizon, you're not observing the actual obstruction like you do at the table. You're only observing the obstructed item. So when you look at the table and the ball, you can say for certain, this ball is being blocked by this table because I can see the table and the ball being blocked by the table. When you see a boat disappear, all you see is the boat and not all of it. So you can't say, I see this thing being blocked from this object. You just don't see the boat.
We see the water obstructing it, though.
No, you think you do. Like, boats go on top of the water, man, and the only time you're going to have the water obscure the boat is if you turn the water into a hump.
And we see the water obscure the boat.
Okay, but now I would tell you to go to some deductive reasoning and see that water will be level when it's on a large surface. You're never going to see it conforming to the outside of a large object. And then we get into the your space demonstration pictures. So and if you want to use if you're going to use logic and be like, well, we can use abductive logic, mass attracts mass, blah blah blah. But why can't I use logic? And this is why the demonstrations in reality are king.
I use logic all the time. You're basically now what you're saying is you're using an explanation now to say, this is why we can't see, or this is why the water can't be obstructing the boat is because of this explanation.
Exactly, and let me ask you something. Does an explanation, mine, have any value to you?
Yes.
But here's the thing. I don't have just an explanation, and this is what I shouldn't have let you go. I don't have just an explanation. With water, I also have a demonstration. So I can demonstrate water laying flat inside of a container. You'll never demonstrate it conforming to the outside of an object. Sorry that I have to end on that, but I'll stay here and let you talk. But I do got to start getting ready and leaving, so I can't.
Okay, yeah, I've probably got to head away soon. I've got a few things that I need to do before then. But yeah, it was nice to talk to you. You can always come on my streams. It's
I got muted last time. I had you in a very tough position, so it makes me not want to come back onto your stream.
The problem with last time, I feel like one of the reasons why this came around, why this was probably a more civil discussion was because we did have Sean G here as a moderator, so...
but there was no moderation needed, and that's why it was better, because I didn't have to fight other people to try and get my point with you. I wasn't having to fight with the moderator to get airtime. It was just fair, bro, and I didn't overtalk you. I let you speak. There was no need for moderation.
That's... the no over-talking part is pretty essential. That's why... because you were over-talking me last time, that's why I had to mute you. But, if you come onto my stream, as long as you don't overtalk, I won't mute you.
All right, man. Good talks.
Okay, good talk. All right.
Thank both of you guys for having this civil conversation.
Yeah.
I hope everybody enjoyed it.
Anyway, I'm gonna head off. I'm gonna head back to my my stream. No, thanks for having me on, Sean.
Yeah. Just so you know, this is Jose JG Gonzalez's server.
Okay.
Is there if I put the link out in your chat just to get more heads in here for him?
Yeah, I'll actually make you a moderator in my chat because sometimes it doesn't allow people who aren't moderators to post links. So let me just let's just add you as a moderator. There we go.
All right, thank you, sir, and thanks for coming in.
No problem.
Cheers, Planet Walk.
All right, take care, everyone.
Cheers, both of you.
All right.
Yeah, everyone, you guys can all unmute if you like.
Okay, so that was an interesting conversation. So yeah, turns out that a round of applause was right the hand. I find it odd though that a round of applause has a lot better grammar than right the hand. So
Dude, I have so many things to say. Oh my god, where do we start?
Yeah,
oh my god, what how he kept saying, "Oh, the theories, it's only a theory, it's only a concept." Well, electric in an electric motor, the main component of an electric motor is electromagnetism, and you can make a motor. The main thing is that you need a theory of electromagnetism. The thing is that you can make things and predict things simply with theories, simply with concepts.
Yeah,
now if they weren't real, if they weren't true, why can we make all these electric motors that are in all of our cars? And
Yeah, like there's some things that I should have. Yeah, there's some things that I should have said. Like I should have said, well, weight is a concept. You know, I can weight is a concept that we can measure. You know, the 50 pounds doesn't technically exist in reality, but we can measure that concept. Yeah. But you know, I should have. There's some points that I should have brought up that I didn't.
It's the same as the whole, you know, theory is just something in your head or it's just something in your maths book.
Yeah.
You know, bullshit. You know, it's like as I was saying in chat, you know, these scientists 400 years ago, most of their predictions simply came from maths and a theory which, you know, I mean, they would have went through thousands of hours developing theories that didn't work, and the reason why they knew they didn't work is because they couldn't see it, you know, mirrored in reality. Is where they'd hit this theory which was bang on, and then they could see where the planets are lined up or where the sun was, or that's how they knew their theory was correct because they could predict it.
The issue that Right the Hand has is that he wasn't able to. We weren't able to disagree on simple philosophy, right? Like I can, if I agree with someone on if I disagree with someone on the philosophy of how I get to a simple explanation or something, then we're never going to agree on the explanation. Like I can. Even though we may agree on if we see a rock fall, it will fall, right? Or if we see a rock falling, then it's falling. We may agree on that, but falling is an explanation of what it's doing, you know?
Yeah,
so
he would say, what would he say? He would say, it doesn't matter why.
Yeah, like he would say, it's,
you know, right then and there, he's admitted to everyone that he doesn't want to know anything more.
And that's what 36 is. The issue is that he is willingly wants to remain ignorant. He doesn't want to know the why, so he ignores any explanation of the why. And that's the issue with him. He can't get, because you can't get past the why or because you can't agree on the philosophy of how we figure out why, we can't get past the why stage. So
yeah, that's.
Like essentially,
it's interesting because he did a few 180s because I can't remember. I'd have to go back, but you know, he like how he was saying. I couldn't even work out what he was, because was he trying to say magnetism wasn't physical, and then he went. I'm pretty sure he did a 180, but like
like basically the whole thing of magnetism, right? Is if he's saying that it's not physical, right? Then like he's saying that there has to be something physical there, and I'll say that a field is physical, like in a way. You know, there could be a certain amount of energy. You know, like people said that fields are just energy, right? A field of energy. And you know, it could be that there are a million fields that just do nothing. You know, but when it comes down to things, it's like essentially, if we agree that there is something that's causing these magnets to come together, right, we can agree that there is something, right? That something to me is a field. That something to him has to be matter, but I make a distinction between matter and a field because matter doesn't necessarily have to... a field doesn't have to necessarily manifest itself as matter. It can manifest itself as an effect on matter. But we can measure that there is a field there by seeing, oh, these things attract each other.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I'm 36 since he can't get into the why, which is why.
It's a complete ignorance. I mean, because on one hand, he's like, well, how do you have something that interacts with something that's physical? If you know, like if you have something that isn't physical but can interact with physical things, how does that happen? It can, you know, both things have to, because the thing is that whatever the magnet is moving, say you have a magnet that's moving something, right? whatever it is moving, it is also affecting the magnet. The magnet is not. It's not eternal. It loses its power after a while. And like there's force pushing back on that magnet. It's like if you have a magnet in your hands, right, and you put it up against something it doesn't want to be up, something that's negative or positive, it will push back on your hand, right? And why is that?
Yeah, and he doesn't want to get into the
why is it?
Yeah.
The thing is that you can feel that force in your hand because the object is repelling the magnet the same way as the magnet wants to repel the object. So both things are physical, I think.
Yeah, like the problem is that he doesn't want to get into the why, and if you can't get into the why, then I think if someone's not willing to ask why, I think their opinions on any scientific
as you
thing
said,
can be disregarded because science is all about asking why.
Yeah, it turns into a roadblock and just a fucking roundabout and it turns into a philosophical debate and not a very good one either.
Yeah, it turns into a philosophy where they can't really justify their philosophy because as I said many times, it comes down to philosophy. If we can't agree on the philosophy, we can't agree on anything else. Because anyway, I'm going to end up the stream because at least I got my debate finally.
Yeah. Oh, all good. Yeah.
Might actually edit the name before I ended up.
It was good that you got a fluffer on. It's always a better stream.
Yeah. And the Flat Earther couldn't make it until the end. Open debate. There we go. Save. Alrighty. And on that note, leave a like and subscribe if you like this stream. Leave a comment letting me know what you thought of it. Also, feel free to give me ideas of what to do in future streams. I'm always open to new ideas. Anyway, I will see you in the next stream. Between you and me, thank you for watching.
Beautiful. That's fucking telling in the name of.
Alright, so yep.